I haven't done this for a while, so I can't figure out how to turn my mic on. As we gather this morning, first of all, I'd like to call the meeting to order. And then secondly, as we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. And we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Could you please stand for a moment of silent reflection? Please be seated. If I could call on the CAO to conduct roll call, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster. Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warren Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Here.
Councillor Yon.
Here.
Councillor Lynch. Here. Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir. And Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
You have quorum, sir.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none. If I could have a motion to adopt the minutes of June 28, 2023, please. Member of Council from Bon Sur Valley and the member of Council from Killaloe Richards. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. I'm quite used to spreading out all over the desk, so I'm not someone that's used to sharing, so we're going to have a struggle here for a few minutes while I get organized. Sharing is caring. Yeah, exactly. I'll share a number of things. So with that, during the month of July and August, I attended 24 meetings on county business. From August 19 to 22, I attended the AMO annual conference held in London along with many members of county council and county staff. Over 2,100 members of AMO were present at the conference. During the conference, I attended the AMO Board of Directors meeting. Topics of discussions include upcoming conference and the conference key messaging. It was also noted that this was the largest AMO conference on record. The County of Renfrew participated in 8 delegations during the conference. On Monday morning, we met with Jill Dunlop, Minister of Colleges and Universities, to discuss the shortage of paramedics in Ontario, and to relay the ongoing recruitment fears, and to address the recent announcement that did not include Renfrew County in the areas that were receiving an educational incentive program. In the afternoon, we met with Doug Downey, Minister of the Attorney General, to address the ongoing shortage of justices of the peace and the physical availability of justices of the peace. when I was practicing this at home this morning, as well as the funding shortfall caused by recent policy changes. At our meeting with the Ministry of Education, Parliamentary Assistant Patrice Barnes, we brought our concerns regarding a lack of childcare spaces in Renfrew County. We met with the Parliamentary Assistant Dawn Gallagher Murphy, Ministry of Health, to address the County of Renfrew concerns with the funding formula for local health units. We were encouraged by the announcement by the Minister that funding would be restored to 70-30 level, alleviating financial pressures to the obligated municipalities moving forward. On Tuesday, we met with Parliamentary Assistant Sandhu, the Minister of the Ministry of Infrastructure, to discuss funding opportunities for County Road 51, which we more commonly know as Petawawa Boulevard, and presented a progressive concept of matching our asset management plan with a provincial standard for pavement and bridge condition indexing, and they wanted to hear more about that, so that was encouraging for us. We met with Minister Michael Parza, Minister of Children's, Community and Social Services at the County of Renfrew. We're part of Phase 2 of the Employment Services transformation in October this year, so we had some discussions about that. The reduction in funding for the Ontario Works program will have a significant impact on our services, so we highlighted that as a concern. We have advocated for a funding review of social assistance programs that have a tremendous impact on our resources in 2024 and beyond. Our meeting with Parliamentary Assistant John Jordan from the Ministry of Long-Term Care addressed the County of Renfrew's concerns with the minimum data set case mix index funding model as Ontario's long-term care homes continue to gather data at significant health human resource expense towards determining a case mix index value, which then determines our percentage of per diem funding. We are hopeful to be part of a working group to examine the future of long-term care policy changes in Ontario. I'm going to go off script. We really got the message over to them about how just disgusted we were, how we thought the CMI was a pointless exercise. So I think they got the message and they were getting it from others. Our final delegation was Tuesday afternoon with Minister Graydon Smith, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, to address the issues of accurate and current flooding mapping for the major rivers and tributaries in our region. All of these meetings were incredibly beneficial, and we've begun to receive feedback on our requests already. Staff will be contacting the appropriate ministries for follow-up meetings in the very short term. I'd like to thank the chairs who attended the meetings and for the most part carried the ball in terms of making the presentations, and also our staff that presented with us and answered the technical questions, but for the most part drove the presentations. We're very fortunate, to have that valuable resource. We're well prepared when we show up. We have answers to questions. We propose solutions. So thank you to staff and the chairs. It's an incredible amount of pressure to succinctly put together, a 20-page position paper, cut down to 6 pages of bullet points, and cut down to 15 minutes when you actually have 9 minutes to deliver 15 minutes. So thank you very much for your time and your practicing and your succinctness. As the chair of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, I attended a number of delegations with various ministries, addressing the key priorities of housing, long-term care, and paramedic services. Once again, the caucus was held in high regard, and we'll be working on next steps as we focus on our efforts on a Queen's Park Day and a Parliament Hill Day, both scheduled for October. I also attended the Roma board meeting, and Councillor Murphy will provide a report later on in today's meeting. The 16th annual Wardens Golf Tournament is being held on September 21, 2023 at the Dragonfly Golf Links with a shotgun start at 11 a.m. On behalf of Council, I would like to express our sincere condolences to former Warden and Mayor of the Township of Whitewater Region, Don Rathwell, and County Councillor Kathy Regier and their family on the passing of Don Rathwell's sister Beatrice Wilson, who passed away on July 17, 2023. On behalf of Council, I would like to also express our sincere condolences to the family of former Councillor of the Township of Laurentian Valley, George Hodgkinson, who passed away on July 17, 2023. The County of Renfrew acknowledged and lowered the flags to mark the passing of the Honourable James K. Bartleman, who served as the 27th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario from 2002 to 2007. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And just to ensure that this is foolproof, correspondence, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because I always forget that.
Thank you. All the correspondence that has been received has been forwarded to the appropriate committee.
Thank you. Despite the efforts of Mr. Morrow, Mr. Hutton, Mr. Kelly, I've always screwed that up. So today I tried to make sure I didn't ignore it. So thank you very much for indulging me. And with that, we will move to delegations. And if I could have Mr. Foss introduce our delegation, please.
Thank you very much, Warden, and good morning, members of County Council. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce to you Mr. Byron Tan, who is the Manager of Municipal Finance for Watson and Associates Economists Limited. Our previous council entered into an agreement with Watson and Associates for the purposes of providing for us a development charges background study. Earlier this month, this presentation was made to the Finance and Administration Committee, and it's our pleasure to have Byron with us in person this morning. And so at this time, with your agreement, Warden, I would ask Byron if he would join us at the front of the council chambers at the podium, and he will review for you our development charges study.
Thank you for that, Mr. Foss. Good morning, members of council and members of staff. As Mr. Foss had mentioned, I am Byron Tan, and I'm here today to provide you with an overview of the county's development charge process. Just wanted to say and preface that this is an education workshop. No decisions need to be made. It's just to provide you with most of the concepts with development charges, if you're not familiar with it already, as well as some preliminary findings based on the capital and the growth forecast that we've developed with staff over the past few months. Next slide. So the purpose of today's meeting, again, just to go over some of the study process timelines, just a brief overview of the legislated changes that has occurred with the Development Charge Act. I mean, it has been around for quite a long time now, so I'm just going to provide you a little bit of an overview of what's changed since its inception. Again, I won't spend too much time on it. And then from there, we'll go through the actual process of calculating a charge, some potential exemptions that needs to be adhered to, because while DCs try to provide growth-related revenues, it's not full cost recovery anymore. With all of the changes to the Development Charges Act, there are a lot of exemptions that need to be adhered to. And then finally, we'll actually go through the specifics of the county's charges. We've provided a couple of scenarios. One is if we were to look at the county DCs on a municipal-wide or county-wide basis. And then another scenario where if we were to look at it over certain areas. So we'll provide that as well. And then finally, we'll lead off with a survey of the DC rates on how you would compare with other counties within Ontario, and then how your local tiers would look like if they were to have a county charge on top of a charge that they may impose already. Next slide. So just to give an overview, development charges, they are a revenue tool that is utilized by municipalities to recover for growth-related costs associated with residential and non-residential development. The key word there is growth-related, so it is not used for any replacement, or any life cycle items. These truly are new assets or upgrades to existing assets that provide growth-related or capacity-increasing works. The capital costs are in addition to what a municipality would normally, require a development to provide as part of, say, a subdivision agreement or a local improvement. So these are works that, again, are dollars that you can collect above and beyond those type of agreements. And as I said, municipalities, they are empowered with imposing development charges. It's not mandatory. You currently don't have one. Some municipalities in your lower tier don't have one, but others do. So you do have the option to enact a bylaw if you so choose, as long as you follow the steps, which we are undertaking for you today. Next slide. And again. So just an overview of the process. We started off actually back in April of last year. My colleague Gary Scanlon came to the county to provide a DC 101, just to provide an overview of how DCs could operate or potentially benefit the county. What type of capital could be included. The mechanisms between recoveries, etc. So there was a workshop that was done a year ago. Now, fast forward, we're here today. The county did retain us, as Mr. Foss had mentioned, to undertake a process to see what that charge would actually look like. So through the months of August to May of this year, we undertook that extenuous process of calculating your capital, taking a look at your current service standard levels, as well as your growth forecast to see what the draft charges would look like today. We did provide this same presentation actually to the Finance Committee back on August 17th, and the recommendation was to provide the same presentation to the council today, and that's where we're here. Subsequent to this meeting, again, there are no decisions to be made. However, we would work with staff and receive feedback from council as to how you'd like to proceed moving forward, and hopefully we can have further discussions on finalizing perhaps some of the other policy items, maybe change any aspects of the DCs based on what you see today. And then we're hopeful to actually provide a draft report in the fall of this year. So that way there's a little bit more background that you'll be able to absorb. And then, from that report, if there's any changes, we can always make those adjustments. And there is a requirement that from the release of the report to the consideration of a development charge bylaw, there must be a minimum 60-day gap. So whenever we do release that report, you cannot consider a bylaw at least until a minimum of 60 days. Next slide. And again. So just a quick history of development charges. So they're not new. They've actually been around in its previous life as lot levies, dating back to the mid-50s. So this actually was through the Planning Act, and really it was designated for more, those greenfield and farmland type of builds in order to help provide for capital, which was in addition to, say, taxation. Fast forward to 1989, the province decided to actually create a Development Charge Act. So that was the first iteration of it, which had a lot of leeway as to what type of capital could be included. So, that was basically that trial version for a good, call it 10 years, until 1997 came around and the province then put together the Development Charge Act that you see today. And from that Development Charge Act, there have been a number of revisions, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. Starting off, again, I'll mention the bills because the names are very long, but it started with Bill 73, 108, 138, 197, all the way to Bill 23, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with because that was just released last year. Next slide. Some of the recent changes to the Development Charge Act, again, so I'll provide you some quick overviews as to those bills. I know Bill 73 is not on here, but because that occurred back in 2016. That just allowed for, again, as I mentioned, a 60-day period of releasing the background study before consideration of the bylaw. They added a bunch of definitions, allowed for certain additional services to be considered and eligible. And then as well added a lot of treasurer requirements when reporting to the province. So I didn't mention that on here because it wasn't as recent as these ones that are on the screen. Bill 108, More Homes, More Choice Act. So that came in effect in 2019. And that allows developments to provide for timing of payments, to pay their DCs over a set period of time. So if you're a rental housing or institutional, if you were to pull up, whether it's subdivision agreement or zoning bylaw, you should be able to have your DC rates frozen over a 2-year period without having the rate increase. And then additionally, if you're a rental housing or institutional, you're allowed to pay your DC charges over 6 installments or 5 years. So you pay at the time of building permit and then 5 years additionally on equal installment payments. Now, the municipalities are allowed to impose interest rates with these timing of payments, so you are able to somewhat keep in line with your inflation, that you see today. Although, nowadays, especially with Bill 23, that interest rate policy is now fixed versus before you could have determined what that interest rate was. With respect to, sorry, just go back. Just go back a couple slides, please. Oh, that's okay, thank you. With respect to Bill 138, all that did was just remove the requirements for commercial and industrial installment payments, where that was considered as part of Bill 108. Bill 197, that was a big change where it actually listed a set of eligible services. So historically, under the 1997 Development Charge Act, the DCA provided a list of what services were excluded. Now this minor change, provides a list that's inclusionary. So if you've dealt with, insurance or anything like that, you could tell that if something is more inclusionary, it must fall within that criteria versus something that's exclusionary where, well, as long as it's not written here, I can do it. So it changes it slightly, but now we have a set amount of services that we can only recover for moving forward. Similarly, they removed the 10% mandatory deduction. So for those of you that do know, the mechanics of development charges, if you were to have, let's say, a project that was 100% growth eligible, at the end of the day, let's say it was a library. If it was a $5 million library and it was 100% growth related, well, that 10% deduction required you to, essentially fund $500,000 from other sources. Bill 197 essentially removed that. So if it's a $5 million project, you can now include $5 million within the calculation. Bill 213, again, minor change, and this actually was not done under the Development Charges Act, but it was done under the Universities and Colleges Act. And what this provides is a mandatory exemption for universities. So if a university, within the county were to develop or, construct any buildings, they would be exempt from development charges. And then Bill 109, minor change. However, this does allow for the treasurer to have to add additional reporting requirements to the ministry on an annual basis. Again, it's more administrative, but doesn't affect the quantum of the charge. The main one that all of you are mostly familiar with is Bill 23, and that requires a couple of slides to go over, and we'll go over in the next one. So as many of you know, Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act, it was actually released on October 25th, 2022, and they wanted quite a bit of public and municipal input, so they decided to pass the bill 1 month later on November 28, 2022. So basically a month and 3 days to provide any input or commentary with regards to this bill. The bill did amend a number of pieces of legislation. I believe there was 10 pieces of acts that were amended, and of note really is the Development Charges and the Planning Act that were the most significant for most municipalities in terms of revenues. The changes also impacted, again, DC's community benefits charges for those lower tier municipalities that are eligible to collect for them, as well as parkland dedication. So those revenues have been reduced. The changes, again, from Bill 23 do negatively impact the municipality's ability to collect growth-related revenues. However, again, from the lens of looking at DCs from the county, since you've never had DCs, you're not reducing your revenues because you haven't had it to begin with anyways. But for those member municipalities that do have development charges, unfortunately, Bill 23 does reduce the ability on some of your services. Next slide. So just to go through, again, on a brief overview of the changes from Bill 23, there were a number of additional DC exemptions that were added that now must be adhered to. The items above in the orange, that relates to exemptions that are provided under the Act, but are not currently enforced yet. And the reason they're not currently enforced yet is because the bulletins and the regulations that support them and provide definitions haven't been released. So until such time, we do have to include them in bylaws moving forward, but the exemption itself is not in effect until the province and the minister release the bulletins. And these DC exemptions are affordable rental units and affordable owned units. And how they're currently defined right now is any units, whether it's rental or purchased, that have that are less than 80% of the average market rent or market value, again, as defined by these new bulletins, would be exempt from development charges. So again, if the average price of a home is, say $1 million, if you have one development that's consistently at $800,000 or less, presumably they would be exempt from DCs if these are in effect. The issue with this, and again, something that we've observed, is we're not sure how the province would actually go about and provide the market values. Would it be on a county-wide basis, a region-wide basis? Would it be by municipality, by area? There is a little bit of a a gap in what this would look like. And this could, affect a lot of developments, negatively if it is more so on a broader area, because you'll always have certain areas that are, say, more expensive than others that drives the prices up of the whole average. Therefore, they'll have pockets of development which will never pay DCs because they're always under that 80% threshold. So we're not sure how this is going to be formulated yet, but we are keeping, our ears to the ground and waiting for any of the news that comes out of the province. And then lastly, there's this attainable unit. Again, not in effect yet, but these exclude your affordable units and rental units. And these are meant to be units that are sold to a person who was at arm's length. So again, we're still trying to figure out what these all mean because the definitions have not been provided yet by the province. But once they do, we'll be able to inform our municipalities on what these mean. But do note that while the tracking of these, may be a little bit difficult to see whether it'll stay affordable or attainable, municipalities would have the ability to enter into agreements with these developments over a 25-year period to ensure that these type of units stay affordable or attainable. So that means, if the seller decides to, once it changes hands, but then the price actually goes above market value, there must be a mechanism to be able to now retroactively apply DCs to these since they're no longer fitting that criteria and definition. Again, we're not sure how these would all play out yet, and we will monitor the situation. With respect to the definitions at the bottom, those are actually in effect today for most municipalities. Any inclusionary zoning. So if you are an affordable housing unit within these areas, and traditionally these are more so your transit hubs, your GO station hubs with high-rise developments, those would be, for the most part, exempt if they fit the criteria of affordable housing within these areas. Nonprofit housing, I had mentioned in the previous slide under Bill 108 that nonprofit housing, they were allowed to pay DCs historically over a 20-year period. They've now been exempt completely. So if you do have any nonprofit housing developments, they do not pay development charges. And then additional residential unit exemptions. So what they did was the province firmed up the definitions where it now allows you to build up to 2 additional units to a home, so a second and a third. And it doesn't have to be attached to the home. It could be attached or detached. And those additional units would not have to be subject to a development charge because it's considered intensification to the existing unit. Next slide. Further to the exemptions, there are also a number of discounts that need to be provided. Rental housing, so if there are any rental housing developments that come across through the building permit process, they would be subject to a discount anywhere from 15 to 25% depending on the number of bedrooms. So if I had a 1-bedroom or less, I get a 15% discount. A 2-bedroom gets a 20% discount, and then 3 bedrooms or higher gets a 25% discount on their development charges. With respect to some of the services, they remove the ability for municipalities to recover for housing as a DC eligible service. So while that was eligible before, it's now been removed. Capital costs, we're no longer allowed to include studies or land. However, I will put an asterisk on that, and I'll touch upon it in a moment. With respect to studies, we're no longer to include, again, really more your broader type of studies such as master plans, official plans, et cetera. So historically, we were able to include that as a capital service for recovery under development charges. Now it's no longer allowed. With respect to land, this is similar to that orange box that I had mentioned earlier, where it's mentioned in the Act, however, it hasn't been enforced yet. So the province has still not defined which services would be exempt from land being included as part of the costs of development charges. So therefore, at this moment, if there are any land acquisitions that would be required for any capital projects in the DC, we are still including them up until the point that the province restricts us. The big one here is the mandatory phase-in of development charges. So as a bylaw is passed, and this actually is retroactive as of January 1st, 2022, if a development charge was passed post-Jan 1, 2022, the rates that were calculated must be reduced by 20%. So in the first year, if you calculate, say, $10,000, the most that you can implement is $8,000, so 80% of the maximum charge. And then every year from there, it can go up by 5%. So it goes from 80 to 85 to 90, 95, until you get to year 5 where you're at 100% of the calculated charge. Now, with respect to development charges, you are allowed to index your charges. That's so that your calculations reflect inflation from year to year. So, for example, last year, inflation was roughly about 13–14% with respect to the non-residential building construction price index. It's the index that we utilize for development charge calculations, which tracks tender prices and construction for the most part within Canada. That's what went up, between 14 to 16%. So, in addition to that phase-in, you're still allowed to increase your charge by inflation to keep up with the cost of tenders. And then lastly, the historical levels of service. These are the calculations we must do prior to recovering capital. So we must do a mathematical equation to figure out what the maximum ceiling you can collect from DCs are. And those calculations, while historically they were over a 10-year period, we must now look at it over a 15-year time horizon. And that may be, beneficial for some municipalities, but it may be detrimental to others if they haven't, say, if they've been building very quickly and their population has been increasing rapidly as well. Then the last 5 years, so say dating back to 2008 to 2013, that could actually drag the calculations down by adding those extra 5 years. So again, it may be pluses for some municipalities, minuses for others. Next slide. Lastly, with Bill 23, there are some DC administration changes. As I mentioned, from Bill 108, you were allowed to apply interest costs to any timing of payments, so any payments of DCs over, say, 5 years, or those rate freezes. If I have a site plan or zoning bylaw application, my rates are frozen for a maximum of 2 years until I pull a building permit. It used to be an interest rate that you determined. Now it's the average prime rate plus 1% of the previous quarter. So we do track that as well, and we provide that to staff when required. But interest rates are now set by the province in that regard. And then with respect to the actual reserve fund monies, so as you collect development charges, certain services, which is water, wastewater, and roads, your services related to a highway, the monies that you collect on an annual basis, 60% of that must be allocated to projects. Now, allocate does not mean spend. So if you do have, say, projects, happening in 2028 for roads, and you're starting to collect now, you can allocate monies that you collected today and earmark them for a project, say, 5 years from now, okay? As long as you're actually putting it and assigning it to a project, that's really what is required, and the treasurer could do that through their annual treasurer statements to the province. And then lastly, the DC bylaws. They used to be 5 years of a shelf life before they expire. Now they're extended to 10 years. So again, a minor change on the administration side. So with all that background, out of the way, I just want to go through the overview of the development charge, how we've developed it on your behalf, and then again, moving forward, what the calculations are. So with respect to development charges, it starts off at the highest level where we look at the information with respect to your official plan, because that sets the framework and foundation for your growth and where your developments would occur within the county. From there, we then work with staff to take a look at any of your capital budgets and master plans. So really then we can determine and identify the capital program that we're trying to pay for, which then ties back to the growth that is occurring within the county or any other municipality for that matter. And then from there, we take that information, and that's how we develop our development charges, which is the funding of the capital based on the growth forecast. Next slide. So simply, I provided the methodology here. The Development Charge Act has over 80 clauses and hundreds of subclauses, but we're able to, summarize it basically on one slide. So essentially, the way the development charge works is we have to identify the amount, type, and growth of location. So where are you growing? What type of units are growing? And then over what time frame. From there, we identify the servicing in order to accommodate that growth. So for example, I'll use parks as an example. If you're growing by, 1,000 people, you want to make sure that you're providing, 2 hectares of parks. So now that's the service. Number 3 is identifying the capital costs to provide that service. So while number 2 and 3 sound familiar, number 2 is I need to provide, parks and recreation service. But number 3 says, well, what capital am I going to provide? Am I going to provide a playground? Am I going to provide an arena? Am I going to provide, a splash pad or a swimming pool? So while number 2 says I need this for a service, number 3 is the capital that determines that service. And that capital can change at any time, as long as the scope that you're providing is similar. For example, within Renfrew County, we're looking at roads. So while we do have a listing of roads, if for some reason, a few years down the path, you decide that, well, this road north and south doesn't really work because the developments are actually going to be on the east end, therefore we're going to develop, the road on the east side. To us, you're still providing that road, you're just shifting it from one side to the other. So it's still providing the same capacity. Once we identify the capital costs, we must make a number of deductions. As I said, DCs are no longer full cost recovery. So if you do receive any grants, subsidies, or other contributions, whether it's through your local municipality partners or if it's through the development community, we must reduce those contributions. As well, the benefit to existing development, we actually go through every single project to determine if there's any benefit to the existing community. Because any of that would, again, not be eligible for growth, and therefore those numbers would be deducted. And then we also have to deduct any amounts that would be in excess of this service standard. So remember how I said before we can collect DCs, we must establish what that ceiling is. We cannot go above and beyond that ceiling, and therefore if we must make that deduction as well to stay within that threshold. And then finally, for some municipalities that do have, reserve funds because they already had a previous bylaw, if you still had monies in the banks, we would apply that to the capital projects to net it off because you already do have that money, to be applied for those capital items. Likewise, the alternative is true. If your reserve funds are in a deficit, we can apply that as a capital project because you're recovering for costs that you've incurred historically and you drove the reserve fund into a deficit position. So again, that works both ways. And then finally, we take that amount and then that becomes our net costs, which we then allocate between residential and non-residential benefit. And we do that by looking at population to employment forecasts. And then from once we separate the two, then we divide it by the growth in each category. So residential divided by the population, and then the non-residential capital cost divided by the number of employees or their square footage that they generate. Next slide. I'm not going to go through this flow chart, but this does provide a detail of what I just explained on the previous slide, but with a little bit more paths as to what you can collect and what you can deduct for prior to calculating the charge, which is at the very bottom. But to simplify everything, as I mentioned, we take a look at the capital cost of infrastructure to accommodate the growth. That's our numerator. And then we divide that by the residential and non-residential growth. Again, that's our population or employment and square footage. And then that gives us our DCs. With respect to residential, we typically provide it on a charge per unit. So we do typically provide a charge for single detached and semi-detached homes, a charge for multiples, which are your traditional townhouses, and then a charge for apartments. Typically, we do a large apartment, like a 2 bedrooms or higher, and then a small apartment, 1 bedroom or studio. And those charges are determined by the number of people that are within those homes. So typically, a single detached home has more people, say, 2 or 3 people. So whatever our charge is on a per capita basis, we multiply it by that number of people to generate our single detached home. And then same thing for the multiples and then the apartments. With respect to the non-residential, we typically provide that on a per square foot basis or per square meter if you want to look at it on the metric side. And that's typically done, again, usually it's on a full non-residential, so your traditional industrial, commercial, institutional. However, we can split that up as well if you wish. Next slide. Just some of the DC eligible services, just like to go through. As you can see here, based on Bill 197, there are about 20 services that were provided that were eligible for DC recovery. As I would note, number 16, housing services, that's been removed from DC eligibility as per Bill 23. And one of the things I'd like to note is, we are, as part of this process, looking at services related to a highway. We do recognize that the county does provide other services such as ambulance, long-term care, child care, and housing as well. However, for the purposes of the development charge study and what we've been tasked as our firm, we've been required to take a look at your roads because that was the main the main growth driver and the capital that you're presented with, especially back in February when staff provided you with a capital listing of the required roads needs. Next slide. So now we're getting into the calculations and the how we're going to be developing them. The forecast here that you're seeing on the screen, this is your growth forecast summary. We are looking, based on your official plan, we are looking out to 2036. So a lot of this information, is provided or has been obtained through your official plan, but we also looked at a lot of the local municipalities. So we look at the growth within each of your member municipalities to see how that informed the overall number. So this was, while we did look at your targets, we also built this from the ground up looking at the locals. So with that being said, we are looking at a population increase over this 13-year period of roughly 10,100 people. That translates to roughly just under 5,800 homes. Again, that's a mix of single detached townhouses and apartments. And when looking at the non-residential side, we're estimating roughly 2.5 million square feet of non-residential. And that's a mix of industrial, commercial, and institutional. Next slide. So now that we've determined the growth forecast, we now have to do the service standard calculations. And again, I'll go through these briefly. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because we will document this as part of the report. But the service standards, as I said, is a calculation that must be adhered to by the Development Charge Act and the regulations that follow it. So this is a mathematical calculation that must be followed verbatim, essentially. So this has nothing to do with your current levels of service that you provide now. This is simply just a math procedure that the province does require. So we do look at the so this does provide a level of ceiling that we can collect for. We must look at the average level of service that you've provided over the last 15 years. And how we do that is we take a look at the asset that you're trying to recover for, in this case roads, and we now need to identify all the roads that the county has provided over the last 15 years which includes the quantity, so the number of kilometers of roads you provided, and the assumed replacement cost as of today in 2023 dollars. So with that being said, if we go into the next slide. Again, I apologize for the size here. It is a little bit small, but hopefully you have it in front of you on your screens. But what the province does require us in order to undertake the development charge calculations is to itemize all of your road assets. So in this case, we have your different urban and rural road segments, the number of kilometers that's attributed to each one, and how it's changed over the last 15 years. At the very right-hand side of this table, you'll see a cost per kilometer. So these are the values as if it was valued in 2023 dollars. If you had to construct these roads brand new. We take that information and multiply it across all of the different columns because we need to see what the replacement cost is over a 15-year period to see how you've grown or not grown. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see here this is the this is the assumed estimated replacement cost of your assets. So if we look at today, looking at all of your roads within the county, it's about $1.5 billion worth of roads. We do that calculation over a 15-year period and divide it by the population in each year to give us our average level of service you provided. Again, this is different than your asset management or any type of levels of service you provide. This is simply just a mathematical equation that's required by the Act. Looking at the average per capita standard over this 15-year period, if you see on the bottom left-hand side of this table, that translates to $10,404. So for every person within the county, relative to the cost of your roads infrastructure, you've invested roughly $10,400 per person. So if we go back to the previous slide, if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see that we take that $10,400 and multiply it by the forecast population of that 10,093. That gives us our threshold of $105 million. So that means that for roads, we can collect up to $105 million in development charges if we had a capital program of that size. Okay, next slide. Now that we've set the threshold, now we can include the capital costs and incorporate them as part of the calculations. The capital costs, as defined by the Act, again, I highlighted acquired land because, again, land, while it's excluded, still hasn't been officially, so we're still including it for now. You can improve land, you can acquire, lease, construct, improve buildings and facilities and structures, as well as any of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment that's required for these buildings. You can include equipment and rolling stock. So, for example, your public works, if they need, extra plows, pickup trucks, et cetera, those are all eligible as well if it's an additional complement or an upgrade. We can, again, collect for any of the lease components of the above. For your lower tier municipalities, they can collect for the circulation of their libraries. And then if you do have any financing costs, so for example, let's say you have a road program that you don't have the money for now, but you decide to finance it with debt, we can include the interests associated with that financing cost as a recovery for development charges as well. As I mentioned, these capital works, we can use any planning horizon, actually. So for now, as I mentioned, we were looking at it over a 13-year period. We can go out as far as your master plans dictate, as long as we have the information to back it up. The only item that is limited in terms of a time limit is transit, which we're not looking at anyways, but that is limited to a 10-year period. That's the only one that the province limited. As I mentioned earlier, through the methodology, the capital costs must be reduced by grants, subsidies, or other contributions. And as well, we can include any costs to be incurred or proposed to be incurred by others on your behalf. So with respect to the authorized costs proposed to be incurred, the development charges and the capital program doesn't have to correlate exactly to your capital budget. It could be items that are located within master plans or items that, again, are in the foreseeable future that haven't been presented to council yet. Because at the end of the day, this is meant to calculate a revenue stream. The capital themselves still need to be provided to council on an annual basis for your approval. So just because the capital is located within the development charge doesn't mean it's been approved yet. You're approving it in principle, but it's not approved for funding until the staff come back with the capital program on an annual basis. So this just helps us be able to include capital costs that may go out, say, to 2051 if you so decide to go out that far. But in your case, to 2036, if there were projects that were slated, say, for 2033, you may not see that immediately in your capital program for approval, but it is part of the DCs for calculation purposes. And then lastly, on that second part of that bullet, you may also include costs that are incurred by others on your behalf. So for example, if you have, say, a partnership of a capital cost with, say, a neighboring municipality, any cost that they would build and then bill you at the end of the day, that to us is treated as if you were paying for it yourselves and constructing it yourselves. It just means someone else is doing it on your behalf. Those costs are also eligible for DC inclusion. Next slide. There are some limits, though, to capital, as I mentioned. As per the 1997 Act, we cannot include parkland acquisition or parkland itself. Municipalities do have the ability to collect parkland through the Planning Act and dedication. So the development charges can improve the land. So once you've received the land, we can help pay for, say, developing it, putting structures on it, amenities, etc. We just can't use DCs to buy parkland. Vehicles and equipment needs to have a useful life of 7 years or longer. So it has to be a substantial piece of equipment that we include. So anything that doesn't meet this criteria would be ineligible for development charges. Computer equipment that's not integral to the delivery of service is also exempt. Now, with this example, most items nowadays are computerized. So if it's part of the service delivery of the asset, then it is included. But traditionally now, these computer equipment that we're not including are more so your administrative type computers. So for example, the computers of finance or computers of, say, the fire chief or, the public works that are more inside the building that's really for administrative purposes, we wouldn't include those items for recovery. But if it's a computer or GPS equipment that's part of a pickup truck or anything like that, it's part of the equipment, and therefore we are including those costs. And then I mentioned studies and then the possible removal of land. Those may be excluded eventually. Well, studies are, but the land may be excluded eventually. Next slide. With respect to your capital program for the county, we worked with staff to itemize all of the related capital that is required for recovery and is proposed over the next 13-year period. And we've summarized it here. I believe a full listing was provided to council back in February, but for the purposes of this presentation, I've just summed it down to the true roads-related capital, which you can see there in 2023 dollars. It's roughly equaling about 54 million. And then as well, we also have some public works-related projects. I believe these are in the form of vehicles, and that's totaling about $1.7 million. So in total, we do have a gross capital project listing of about 56.3. Now, however, there are a number of deductions that must be adhered to. So if you recall, I was saying earlier, if there's any grants and subsidies or other contributions, we must reduce that. So you'll see on the fourth last column, we've reduced that amount by $748,000 to recognize one of the contributions you'll be receiving from, I believe, another municipality. As well, we did recognize that a lot of these road projects do have benefit to existing associated with them. So, there may be a replacement component because maybe the road is near the end of its useful life, but you're also upgrading it. So the replacement of the road itself is a benefit to existing, but then the upgrade to allow it to generate higher vehicle capacity and being able to take care of new developments, that portion is growth related. So that's why we've made a deduction of roughly $18.7 million. And then lastly, there's also this other deduction called post-period benefit. What this is this is growth related, so these are DC eligible costs. However, this is a portion of the works that, for the most part, are being built in the latter half of the forecast and would benefit your population beyond the 2036 time horizon. So we've deducted that from the calculations for now. Even though it is growth related, it's not benefiting the population within this 13 years. It'll benefit the future. So if you were to go through with a development charge bylaw, when you do update, say 5-10 years from now, this cost would then be included in a subsequent bylaw to be able to recover for the future growth if we are extending beyond 2036. Okay? So with that being said, we get the net costs, and then we divide it by the res and non-res share. And then that's where we got the $33.6 million in the previous slide. And that is our net cost that we are recovering for, which then we split between res and non-res. And that's $24.9 million on the residential side, and then $8.7 million on the non-res side. So we started at 56.3, made a whole bunch of deductions, and then at the end of the day, we're at $33 million. So we're still within that $105 million threshold. And then lastly, in addition to the capital costs, we do have local service policies that we do need to work with staff to develop. And just to give you a quick overview, development charges, as I mentioned, provide the county or any municipality revenues to recover for growth-related costs really within the broader area, the municipal-wide. Local service policies are truly costs that you need to allocate to the localized developers if they're building something within their subdivision on their own ticket. So these are truly your, your local roads, local water, wastewater mains. They may have local sidewalks, etc. And these are, for the most part, captured under a subdivision agreement or other local improvement policies. But as part of the Development Charges Act, Section 59, they have this clause called no additional levies. So we want to make sure that you have a document that not only describes what you're going to collect on a county-wide level or area-specific level, but we want to also document what are you requiring developers to pay for out of their own pocket on the local service that's really not a DC item. And this really is meant to reflect your current practices, and it could include something like identifying that they must develop, the local roads, they must develop intersection improvements if they're the only ones that are benefiting from it, such as a street light or stop signs that's adjacent to their development, bike routes, multi-use paths, etc. So we do provide this document as part of the appendix, and we will work with staff to make sure that the document reflects what you currently request, your local partners and then the local municipalities and the subdivisions and the developers to pay for themselves. Next slide. So now that we've established the costs, there are a lot of exemptions, again, that we can't recover for. I did mention all of the ones in the orange here earlier with respect to Bill 23, but there are some additional exemptions that you must adhere to before applying a development charge. And the first one is, if you had an upper and lower tier governments and school boards, don't pay a DC. So, for example, if the county were to build a new facility, let's say a public works yard in Arnprior, then Arnprior can't charge you their local DC. Likewise, if they were to build and you had a DC, you can't charge them. So there is that relationship between the two. And then school boards, since they're under the province, they're higher on the pecking order, they don't pay local development charges. Industrial buildings, they are allowed to expand their footprint. So they're allowed to build up to 50% of their current square footage without having to pay a DC. Now, we would put a clause within bylaws to kind of draw the line in the sand so this doesn't get abused, because you don't want, an industrial development to say, 100,000 square feet, they come in with an application for 50,000, don't pay a DC. The year later, they come in to go to 225,000, don't pay a DC. So we do draw the line in the sand so that it's a one-time exemption. And then, as I mentioned, all the other ones here. And then the last ones are the discretionary exemptions. So in addition to the ones that you must provide, Council is allowed to add any other exemptions you so wish. For a variety of reasons. Maybe there's some type of growth that you'd like to encourage, or there's just some segments or types of developments that you just don't want to charge development charges for. So you can reduce the DCs in whole or in part, and for the most part, we do see some municipalities say reduce or exempt industrial development. Some provide exemptions for places of worship, churches. Bona fide farms, et cetera. So you do have the opportunity to do that, in addition to all the mandatory exemptions. You can phase in the charge over time if you're going from 0 to something. Maybe it's a little bit too abrupt, and therefore you maybe only want to implement, say, 50% of the charge in the first year, and then scale it up. So there are ways to phase in the charge if you're going from nothing to something, or if your charge is increasing significantly. Now, Bill 23 has done the mandatory phase-in for you already, so you have to start at 80% no matter what. But this just means that you can also go above and beyond that as well if you so choose. And then redevelopment credits. These aren't part of the Development Charge Act, but it was part of case law. So, for example, if I, say, demolish my home or my home burnt down, I should be allowed a period of time to be able to rebuild my home and not pay a development charge. And typically, we do provide an allowance of about 5 years, because typically that's around the time that it takes to get all the paperwork, insurance, and then have the house rebuilt. Because if you don't have that, there could be instances where someone may come to the building department and show you a picture of a house from 1908, but that land's been vacant for the last 100 years, and then they're requesting a DC's off because there was a building there 100 years ago. So we want to make sure that there is a time limit there. And it also applies for redevelopment from one type to the other. So if you're going from residential to non-residential, again, whatever was there existing, you get a credit for whatever the DC would have been payable, and then you only pay the difference between what the non-res rate would be, minus whatever the DC would have been if you had that single detached home. Next slide. Some food for thought, some common discretionary exemptions that you could consider. As I mentioned, places of worship, bona fide farms, industrial development, downtown or infill developments. You can draw the map in certain areas that you don't want to charge DCs for if you'd like, brownfields, and then hospitals. Next slide. So now we get into the main calculation, so thank you for bearing with me with all the background information. Through working with staff, we have calculated 2 DC scenarios. So one is our traditional, county-wide charge. So any development within the county would pay towards the DC, again, net of any exemptions that you provide. And then we've also provided another scenario where looking at a corridor specific. So when looking at the nature of the projects and the locations and looking at the maps, it appeared that there are certain municipalities, especially on the eastern side of the county along the Trans-Canada Highway, that really would benefit from these road projects. And therefore, we've done another scenario where what if only those municipalities were paying the county DC. Next slide. So as I mentioned, traditionally, you can impose a county-wide charge because the capital works do not have to be in the area to where the direct development is. So that is within the Development Charge Act. So just because you're building in one area doesn't mean that the DCs only have to be within that location. Because again, anyone within the county could utilize that road at the end of the day. So again, in the county-wide scenario, the capital program is to be recovered on a county-wide basis. And again, this DC would apply to all new residential and non-residential developments within the county. Scenario 2, as I alluded to, this includes a list of corridor area-specific municipalities that we assume would benefit directly with the proposed works. Again, these are municipalities along the Trans-Canada Highway, Highway 417. And again, based on their proximity, we believe that they could be part of this area-specific calculation. And you'll see them on the right-hand side. We have starting from south going north, we have Arnprior, McNabb Braeside, Renfrew, Horden, Whitewater Region, Laurentian Valley, Petawawa, Laurentian Hills, and Deep River. Again, this is a scenario that we had worked with staff. If there's any comments, please feel free. Additions, reductions on municipalities. This is where, this is for information purposes. Within this scenario, we also did an additional deduction. So if you recall, we had that $33 million net capital project list that we were trying to recover for. We also deducted another 5% on top of that. And that's to account for any of the capital works that would be beneficial really to growth within the county, but the growth is located in those non-corridor municipalities. Because there is still some growth development within these non-corridor municipalities, and if they were to utilize these roads, since we're not charging them, we have to now deduct it. However, if you do decide to choose the scenario, that deduction of 5%, as well as the benefit to existing, all of that would have to be funded from either property taxes, rates, or any other non-DC sources. Okay, any exemptions that you provide must be funded by the municipality because you're not collecting it from development charge revenues. And as I mentioned, the area-specific DC, so these corridor municipalities, they would be the only ones that would pay the residential and non-residential development charges. So if there's any growth within here, that's where it applies. So basically, the punchline here is, with respect to scenario 1, when looking at the charges, we're looking at looking at it from a county-wide perspective where all growth within the municipality is paying towards your capital program for roads. We're looking at a charge of roughly 4759 per single detached home. And then as we go down to the right of the list, as the units get smaller, the charge correlating to it also gets smaller as well. So your multiples or townhomes, that's about $3,900. Just under $2,900 for your 2 bedrooms and more apartments. Your 1 bedrooms are about $2,170. And then special care, special units. So these are more so your retirement type homes, but like your Chartwell, like, your assisted living. We decided instead of putting them as part of a non-residential per square foot, it truly is a residential type of charge. So this charge actually is on a per unit basis. So, and typically they have 1 bed per room. So that's what you're seeing there of about $1,900 per unit. And then on the non-residential, again, if you're looking at industrial, commercial, institutional, it's $3.45 per square foot. Now, if you recall, the development charges, they do have to be mandatorily phased in the first year. So if you were to implement a countywide charge at this $47.59 rate, the first year it actually drops to $3,800 because it's 80%. So just wanted to give that just more perspective as to what these charges really are in the first year. Under scenario 2 for the corridor area specific, so this is now taking the capital program, less that 5% deduction as well as the benefit to existing post-period and the other contribution, and dividing it by the population from just the corridor municipalities. You can see the corresponding charge is $56.47 per single detached home. So an increase of about $900 from one type to the other. And then going through the list, again, with multiples, it's $46.36. Apartments, just over $3,400. Small apartments, your studio and 1 bedroom, $25.75. And then the special care special unit, that goes up to $22.70. And then your non-res also jumps up to $3.55. Again, with the 80% phase-in, that residential charge of $56.47 actually drops down to $45.17. So pretty much a bit lower than even the countywide charge in the first year. And then the non-residential drops from $3.55 down to $2.84 per square foot. Next slide. So now that you have a flavor of the charges, I provided a bit of a background with respect to DCs for other municipalities within Ontario, and particularly the counties, because most of the counties on this list have similar types of services. Granted, most of them primarily they are recovering for roads, but there are some that may have some other services that they've included as part of their calculations. But you can see here, I mean, we have Oxford, which, again, we have a couple of them here. We took the highest and the lowest, so you can kind of see, the ranges within that municipality. Within their highest area in Plattsville, the county charge is about $32,000, but that's because they also provide some extensive servicing with respect to infrastructure. So not only roads, but they do have, I believe, some water and wastewater as well that they take care of. So that's why that's a little bit of an anomaly. However, you do have your municipalities like Simcoe. Again, they're around that $13,000 charge. Peterborough, Gray, Wellington, and then yourselves. Again, moving into the middle of the pack. We provided two here. So the blue is your corridor specific, and then the burgundy or this red is your county wide. So you can see you're right next to each other. The dark blue and the dark red are your 100% calculations. And then the lighter shades on the right-hand side, that's if it was at the 80%, when you're phasing in, so your first year. And then you have all the other ones to your right, Dufferin, Elgin, Northumberland, and then Lanark. Next slide. On commercial side, again, just looking at how the other municipalities are. Again, Oxford, I mean, they have two areas. Again, the highest one in Plattsville, again, an anomaly, but they're over $13 a square foot. For yourselves, you'd be in the middle of the pack, so you'd be just above Wellington and Northumberland, but underneath, your Peterborough, Simcoe, and Renfrew, Simcoe and Peterborough, if you were on the 80% phased-in mark. And then with respect to industrial development, a number of municipalities opted to exclude or exempt non-residential industrial development. So you'll see how this list has now gotten smaller. So really the only ones that do provide an industrial charge are Wellington, Northumberland, Dufferin, and Simcoe. And then if you do yourselves, then you'd be on this list as well. With respect to your lower tier municipalities, again, there's about 6 slides here, but the first 3 are related to if you had the county-wide charge, again, at that $4,700 mark. What you're seeing is the local tier is the blue. The orange is your county charge at the 80% phase-in level. And then right above it, you'll see a diamond, a red diamond. That's actually if the charge was at 100%. So in actuality, we're calculating to that diamond level, but what you are receiving is just the orange, which is the 80% in the first year. So you can see how it would relate. I mean, Arm Prior, they have the largest charges in the area for now. They're under $30,000 with this. If you were to implement a county-wide charge, they'd be roughly around that $32,500. And then, going down the list, there are municipalities here that would then have to collect county DCs on your behalf. The next slide, again, similar concept, but this is for commercial. Again, the orange is the county charge at 80%, and then the red, icon above, that's at the 100% phase, 100% of the total charge. And as you can see, the local municipalities that collect a DC as well. Next chart. Then finally, industrial, same idea. Again, this is for your review, but the non-residential county charge would be in addition to any of the locals. With respect to the corridor municipality charge, again, it's a similar format. Again, as I mentioned, it's about a $900 difference between the county-wide versus the corridor, so it's the exact same information. However, you can see that the county charge is only with respect to the municipalities within that corridor. So you could see all the other locals in this scenario don't have any charges at all, and even with implementing a corridor specific, they would not have to collect the county portion if under scenario 2. And then similarly for commercial and then the industrial, same idea. You'll notice the local municipalities that collect the charge with the county in the corridor specific, that would be in addition to, and then the ones that do not. So really the next steps here, again, we've received the information, council has received the information as well as staff. We're hoping to receive, any questions, and any feedback. I mean, please feel free to, put it through staff. We've been working diligently with them to be able to receive any comments and incorporate them as part of the analysis. We still have some time to go. We still have to determine, policy. We still have to do some final touch-ups to the calculations, as well as any other revisions that may have to occur, after these workshops that you may have comments on. So with that being said, it's the same timeline as before, and I'm open to any questions, that you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Tan. Now, before we start, I'd like to thank our finance department and Mr. Tan, and also our Public Works division as well, because they provide a lot of information to get us to this point. So what you have is an incomplete document on the journey to making a decision. And so I'm looking at this as an opportunity to tell us what more information you need to get to a decision point of yes or no. And so recognizing that, I know you have lots of questions. Development charges are fairly complex, are a very complex formula, but they're also very complex in terms of application. So I don't think we're at a point where we can say it's going to cost X number of dollars and who's in and who's out. Scenario 1 and 2 may evolve to scenario 2A or 3. But what we need to know today is what more information do you need? What might we have missed? Do you want to expand it beyond the Public Works Division? Because, we're centered on roads. You saw what the exemptions are. You saw some of the other possibilities. So those are the kinds of questions to offer some direction to get to a very complete report at the end of the day. And so right now, if you want, I'll start off with my question, which was on slide number 23. You talked about studies under capital. And when we start capital projects, one of the things we have to do is we have a duty to consult. And we also have to do what I call, with some facetiousness, a frogs, dogs, and logs study, where we look at flowers and fauna and frogs and flies and butterflies and birds. And those are expensive. And so are those kinds of things excluded, or is that something that we could sneak into capital? Because in some instances it can, it can be as much as 10% of the project. If you have a $7.8 million project, you may spend, nearly $100,000 on those kinds of things. So are those included, or are those exempt? Just real quickly.
Yeah, excellent question, through the warden. So the way the Development Charge Act right now is, as per Bill 23, is studies in general are exempt. So, however, we are trying to draw the line in the sand right now as to what do studies mean, because there is no capital definition for it. So we've taken the stance that, where the province had said, it's a study, we're thinking more global studies such as your master plans, transportation master plan, planning studies, official plans, etc. Those, for the most part, would be exempt. However, what we feel is if it's a study that's, and I use the word study loosely, if it's more, say, a design or environmental assessment that's required to construct a road project, that's truly your engineering that's required to actually enable that project, and therefore we would include those costs. And that's what we've been doing, moving forward post Bill 23. Now it's just a matter of time as to see, how that, how that proceeds moving forward, because we are in a new landscape right now, and that's pretty much how we would go about it cautiously, is if it's required as per the project and you can't move ahead with that project because it's a design or environmental assessment, then we consider that as part of the project costs.
Great, thank you. Because I'll be honest with you, I've viewed development charges throughout my time as a municipal councillor as a means to try and nickel and dime some of that money into various projects. And so I'm always curious about getting as much out of the bank as I can. So thank you. And so with that, the member from Petawawa has already sent us a pile of questions, and we'll get those answers back to him. Thank you, they were good questions, and I think we'll try and share them as broadly as we can as a summary, so that just to keep everybody educated, the answers. So with that, I would take any questions from the floor. And the member from Aviston Bromley starts it off, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tan. Quite informative. Certainly the second time around, it is sinking in a little deeper. Much appreciate that. With respect to the wardens, as a preamble, with respect to the warden's comments, I think perhaps for those of us who do not have development charges in our lower tiers, and I know there are 7 or 8, I believe, of the lower tier municipalities do, I think for our purposes, this is focusing on roads, probably removes some of the complexity, at least in my head it does. 2 very specific questions on, it's shown here as your slide 38, it's 39 on my report here, but it's showing the countywide DC, this is scenario 1 in this instance. But I'm kind of, I'm a little bit surprised. It appears that there can be a tiered approach to DCs, because Arnprior is showing a distinct DC for what is shown as Stay Court versus, I guess, the broader community. Is that accurate?
Through the warden, so Arnprior, they do provide an area-specific DC in addition to their town-wide. State Court has an additional charge, I believe, with respect to water and wastewater. So so if you're developing within State Court, not only do you pay the town-wide charge and the town-wide water and wastewater, but there's also specific works that would only benefit State Court, and therefore they're paying an incremental amount above and beyond the rest of Arnprior.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. If I could ask my second
Sorry,
one.
if I could just add a piece.
Oh, sure.
What I'm aware of in some instances across Ontario is that a municipality has their normal development charges and and you're a prime example, is should you allow or authorize, a large development on a board adjoining the boundaries of Renfrew, and we were to provide sewer and water to you, but we had to pay to put that in, then there might be a development charge attached to that on top of the yearly annual fee that we would charge you for providing you that valuable services. So that's that's how I understand it. So
sure, thank you. Moving on to the second one, this is again, Mr. Tan, on your presentation. It's marked as slide 24. And I'm just wondering, I kind of lost the thread a little bit when you were describing the post-period benefits and the benefit to existing developments that are a reduction to the overall in capital costs to be funded out of the DCs. Could you just repeat that, please?
Yeah, definitely through the warden. So I guess just to go through that slide. So first off, we determined the gross capital costs, which is your true costs of these projects with respect to the roads as well as the public works. And then with respect to the deductions, so the first one, as I mentioned, low-hanging fruit, any grant subsidies or other contributions, we reduce that. To your question on the benefit to existing, what we look at is examining each project and how the work is truly benefiting growth. Say, for example, upgrading, a gravel road, say, to an asphalt road, which would generate more traffic, and therefore, it's only being done because there's a lot of developments within that area. So therefore, the portion that is actually upgrading the roads, that would be the growth-related costs. However, the portion of the cost that is replacing that road, because let's assume that, I'll just do an easy example. If to build a road, let's say, is $2 million, to upgrade to build it to an asphalt level, but you have a gravel road right now that costs $1.2 million. So to us, it's if you currently have a gravel road and you're going up to that $2 million, then that replacement of that current road at that 1.2, that's a benefit to existing because it's already there. So that's not really providing any additional benefit to the community because you already had a gravel road. So the portion that is growth related is just that $800,000 going up to $2 million. With that being said, now that we've identified that, say, that $800,000 is growth related, we have to now figure out, is that road able to accommodate the growth within this time horizon. So as we're going out to 2036, I mentioned we're growing by about 10,100 people. Could that road accommodate, you know, the set amount of growth that's going to be utilized for that particular asset? If not, then that's where we do a post-period deduction where we recognize we're building this road so that it accommodate 15,000 people, but we're only growing by 10. So technically, there's still another 5,000 people we should be spreading the costs around, but since they're not part of this forecast, we're going to deduct it for this time period because your growth forecast doesn't encompass them yet. And then when you update in the future, assuming that you're now going out, you know, farther and now you've incorporated that extra 5,000 people, then we can move that post-period amount into the calculations for recovery. So it is still growth related, but just not for this period.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tan.
Thank you. And another question for me, I'll just keep it flowing a little bit while people get some thoughts, you mentioned fire chiefs and fire services. We don't have fire services, but we do have emergency services and declare emergencies. And with climate change and the impact of adverse weather, if you don't believe in climate change, that seemingly happens by accident, we have some additional expenses and likely, and I don't mean expenses day to day like bottled water, but we will have to likely fund with more robustness our emergency responses. So could we supplement going forward emergency services as a charge or a portion of the charge, a percentage of the charge for emergency services in a DC bylaw?
Perfect question through the warden. Emergency preparedness is an eligible service under the DC Act. I know through this discussion when we had presented the list of eligible projects for council, and I understand this was prior to this current iteration of council, it was determined that we were going to look at the roads primarily because that was the low-hanging fruit of the capital that is available. However, if you do have any thoughts to your emergency work, such as your ambulance, with respect to significant capital that you'd like to recover for over the next 13 years, it is something that we can identify. However, as you saw, we now have to go through the process of identifying the service standard, what have you provided over the last 15 years, and then determining, well, over the next 13 years, what capital do you need, to support, say, ambulance services or other emergency services? So if you do have that, that is something that could be added on, but it wasn't part of this scope.
No, and I understand that. And as I said to you earlier, I'm a guy who likes to tap the piggy bank for any number of things, and so this is and I think today's an opportunity for council to either at some point in the near future limit it to roads and public works, or examine whether it's necessary to expand the scope given what we're going to need to do over the next few years. So that's why I've introduced some of these things, and thankfully you had a nice exhaustive, and I don't mean that negatively, presentation with a good list for us to start going through our fertile minds about what's possible. So I think that's part of what has to happen, is we have to take a serious look at our divisions. And we also have to take a serious look at what we think we might need. Do we want to limit it, or do we need to talk more about DCs being more of a community charge, where it impacts positively the whole community going forward, or whether it affects only one division? So that's our decision. That's not yours. Thank you. Any questions? Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just for clarification, so all of these facts and figures are based on the assumption of a population growth of 10,000 or more people within Renfrew County, is that correct?
Through the warden, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So just a follow-up question then. So if population growth occurs in a municipality, in a lower tier municipality, 1,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 forecasted over a number of years, there are a lot of growth-related expenses that come with that, and not just roads, wastewater, sewer, parks, and a whole host of other growth-related expenses. But the way I understand it, in this case, the county is focusing on roads only. In terms of the collection of the DC charges, it's all going to be applied to roads.
Through the warden, that's correct. The local municipalities would be are collecting would have had their services that they've included for their local development charges. For this exercise, yes, the only service that we were examining was services related to highway, which is your roads and public works.
Okay, so the question I have then is, in order to justify this, in terms of a growth-related study or planned capital works, are we just looking at the Public Works Department's forecast in terms of road repairs and upgrades for the next 13 years? Or is there an assumption that because we're growing by 10,000 people, that there's going to be an addition of roads, an assumption of roads, new roads, or paving of gravel roads? I'm just looking for a little more justification, I guess.
Yeah, through the warden, I mean, with respect to the capital program, we're utilizing the listing that was provided to council by staff, historically earlier this year. How that listing was developed, I believe there was some work that was done by the Public Works and Engineering Department to determine the required upgrades. However, if there's any specifics to that, I would have to direct that question for them on how they developed the capital program.
And Mr. Foss, you didn't put your glasses on for the signal.
Thank you, Warden. What Byron's really just referencing, in February of this year during our budget workshop, and I believe the year prior during the budget workshop, we identified a list of county growth-related capital projects that were not part of our current 10-year capital plan, not part of our asset management plan, but there were a list of potential capital expansive projects, if you will, which we have identified through discussions with each of the local municipalities. Many of these growth-related capital projects are adjacent to new housing developments, residential developments, which places some pressure on the county roads that are providing access to those developments. So road widening, turning lanes, traffic control lights, those sorts of things. And so council actually in 2021 directed staff to reach out to all local municipalities to help us in identifying where growth was happening and how it might impact county infrastructure. And so we've prepared a list of projects based on those discussions from 2021. And we have been using that particular list as a placeholder, if you will, at each budget workshop to simply identify that our long-term capital plan and our 10-year capital plans do not currently include this list of growth-related projects, simply because we were looking to the development charges study and the decision by council around funding those growth-related capital projects. So this study and this list of projects have nothing to do with our existing infrastructure. These are additional capital works projects, if you will. And certainly we could, through you, Warden, we could distribute that list once again. That would align with the $56 million that was identified in this study. Just as a refresher or a reminder to council what those specific projects were. Thank you.
Thank you, and I that request for information in 2021 came as the result of a staff recommendation. It wasn't council being of the day being so prescient and on the ball. So I just wanted to allay you if you thought you had to compete with that. We always work on recommendations. So I see the councillor from Bon Cheval Valley, and then from Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden, and this is deja vu all over again. Thanks for doing this again, Mr. Tan. I sort of want to jump off what the Warden was speaking to. Of the 20 items, well, now 19, I guess, with housing crossed off, we're at the county level, we're only eligible for 7 of them, including roads. But the other 6 all have provincial subsidy. So my question is this a revenue tool specific that it wouldn't affect our provincial payments, or does the province take DCs into account when they're giving us our share of whatever that is, 50%, 60%, 40%? Just, is this specifically a revenue tool for the County of Renfrew? Thank you.
Great question through the warden. So development charges, they do take into account any grants and subsidies that you already receive. So this is truly meant just to capture the amounts that really are county specific, less any grants you are providing, you are being provided. So for example, I'll use, again, just as a simple example, if you had $1 million project and you were getting, say, $600,000 in grants, then really the county's on the hook for $400,000. And the $400,000 is either going to be funded from property taxes and rates, or is a portion of that growth related? And if so, then a portion of that 400 would be funded from DCs. So we're not looking at the full million, we're looking at less what you're already receiving from the province. So at which point, unless the way you do your applications differ, your provincial funding would still stay the same, because we're just taking care of the net amount that would have been, basically revenue from property taxes.
And thank you. Supplementary from Bossier Valley?
Absolutely a supplementary. I love your roads scenario. I was more speaking to paramedic service, long-term care, child care.
Yep, same idea.
Same? Okay,
Yep, that's
thank
correct.
you.
Yeah, we are only looking at the net cost at the end of the day with respect to grants and subsidies. And the grants and subsidies, they are split between the totality of the project. So, we're not saying that everything is growth related or non-growth related. If it's a, $1 million, new long-term care or child care center you have to build, and you're getting $600,000 in grants, then really $400,000, what portion of that 400 is non-growth versus growth related? And then that's what we include in what we would include in the development charge. So it applies to any of the services.
Thank you. Member from Petawawa, I didn't look to you. I hope I didn't cut you off. If I did, I apologize. You're good, thank you. So with that, member from Whitewater, and then we'll go to Abbotsford Bromley. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. And thank you, Mr. Tan, for the presentation. Much appreciated. We're one of the townships, I represent one of the townships that already has DCs, so it's great to have a review and a better understanding. So I'm going to offer, if I could, Warden, just a few points of feedback and maybe a question or two for staff as well as Mr. Tan. First one is an easy one. Just for exemptions or discretionary exemptions, I would recommend that we look at expanding the list to include things like hospitals and long-term care. I think we see later in the agenda, we have an example of DCs affecting a hospital long-term care expansion. I think it might be worthwhile looking at those provincial entities and exempting them if that's something we want to consider. Another point was in terms of options going forward, when I think of the smaller townships or even the areas that are outside the corridor that was presented in the first scenario, or the second scenario, is that maybe we could look at it from a perspective where consents of up to 3 per property are exempted in certain areas, but anything beyond that could be eligible for DC charge. That would capture significant development and exclude the smaller developments that might occur outside of what you've defined as a corridor. I'd also implore to examine how the DCs have been implemented in the lower tiers. As an example, and I know Whitewater we only implemented a portion of the recommended DC. I think we're at 25%. I think that context would also help us in our decision making to know how much were the lower tiers eligible to impose, but only decided to impose to a certain level to ensure that it remained affordable at their level. I think that's going to help us in our decision making.
Just to add, if you don't mind, I'm the expert when it comes to blending them over and implementing them over a 4 and 8 year period. So that's one option as well. Thank you.
Good.
You said 400 years.
Good. The next one is just I take note of Mr. Foss's presentation, that $42 million projected growth capital that's required for the county over 15 years, matches the DC study. I believe it should include emergency services. I think that's an area that we need to focus on. But that 42 million, if I just take Mr. Tan's numbers broadly, we're talking about a $6,000 charge, 6,000 new homes, that's going to generate us 36 million. So even with the DCs, we know that if we do support this growth, we're going to have to bring it out of general taxation or grants or other funding sources. So it was interesting to see that, but I'd like to see it broader if that was possible. And the last question was just, the last question I'll make is acquiring land. I wasn't clear on that and what the province may take out of the DC policy in the future. If we want to widen road allowances, if we want to make roundabouts, as Lee has counseled me on, if we want to make roundabouts and we need to buy more land, can that be included in DC charges? Thank you, Warden.
Great question. Through the warden, yes, as of right now, as I mentioned, while land has been included within the Bill 23 as an ineligible item, the background and the regulations that support it have not been released yet. So until now, moving forward, we are still including land. So to your point, if you did require to, whether it's purchasing easements or purchasing land to build a roundabout, we could include those costs for the purchase of those land within the capital listing as of today.
Thank you very much. With that, the member from Adamson Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I just, with respect to my colleague from Monashare Valley, typically within operations, public works, which we are focused on in this, typically we are not receiving capital funding for expansion. We receive capital funding from several different grant opportunities for rehabilitation, OSIP, ISIP, those sorts. So I'm presuming, Mr. Tan, that this exemption or this deduction for grants does not include those discretionary capital funding streams. It would be specific towards capital upfit, i.e., if we received money, say, to expand Miramichi Lodge, specifically for the expansion, that is exempted. If we receive funding that is discretionary for us to use across the corporate entity that is the County of Renfrew, that is not part of the calculation.
Through the warden, if I understand the question, yes, any exemption, or any grants or subsidies that you potentially would be receiving would be incorporated as part of these calculations and not affect the development charges. However, when working with staff, I don't believe there were any other subsidies or grants that were noted for inclusion within these calculations. With respect to your generic type of grants, so say for example your gas tax, that's something that you receive, and you can apply that to a plethora of different services as long as you're staying within their guidelines. So you don't have to reduce that as part of this because you have the discretion to decide where you choose that spending. But you're right, if you do receive a grant that's specific to a road or specific to a public works project that we've listed on here, then we must reduce the costs of the DC eligible by that said grant. And if it was noted, then it would have been included here. But if that is something that you may foresee getting in the future, that's something that we would have to work with staff to make sure to reassess what the DC would be if there were those external funds that were coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the member from McNabb side, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Mr. Tan, for a very clear presentation. It is a very complicated issue with a lot of moving parts, and you've narrowed it down to the key decision points. In response to your question, Mr. Warden, on what further information we'd need for better clarity, and following up on Mr. Foss's previous comments, so clearly we've got a backlog of growth-related capital projects as identified in the budget process. And what I suggest if we get a little bit more information on, so the development charges from the county would be some sort of set rate, and as I understand it correctly, it could be a percentage at any one time, and that could be, there'd be an envelope that we could be working in, but that we may be making year-to-year decisions on what that might be. I'm a bit unclear on that. But if we had some sort of idea of what development charges being proposed would, number one, deal with the current backlog, and number two, would be a reasonable projection of what other growth-related projects we might need in the future, and have that somehow smoothed out over long term, I would appreciate seeing a chart like that.
Thank you. Mr. Foss, you're okay with that? You needed a response, or you're good? Great, thank you. With that, are there any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for this. Again, 2 hours, having been a person that's been on, and testifying in trials for 2 hours, I can recognize the the sheer joy of standing there answering questions, so thank you very much for that. With that, Council, what I'd like to suggest to you is if you have comments, questions, or concerns after you leave the meeting, and I'm sure you will, if you could follow in the example of the member from Petawawa who sent us a detailed list, if you could do that by September the 13th, I'd like to have a conversation at Finance and Admin with what you've compiled, and we'll try to get out a bit of a mini report as the questions are answered. Here's the common themes, here's what the answers were, just as an education item. So if you wouldn't mind getting your information to us by probably September 8th. September 8th, if you don't mind, sorry. I can't read my own calendar. So by September 8th would be great, and then that way we can offer you some advice and maybe some recommendations at the September County Council meeting. So I see nods from staff. They're pretty much hostage to what I say up here, so thankfully that occurs. So Mr. Tan, again, thank you very much. Very detailed and good presentation. A nice primer for those of us who don't have DCs, and a great primer for those of us who do have DCs, given the rapidly shifting landscape of various bills that have passed in the last little while that don't have regulations attached to them. Thank you for that. We appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for having me.
With that, Council, we've been here for a while, and I would suggest that if we could take a break and come back at we'll say 11 o'clock, and then we'll conduct our business. Thank you.
And I apologize to maintenance. I derbied up your door coming through. And so with that, we are looking for a motion to go into closed pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended for the purpose of A, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. B, a pending or proposed acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Keys Public School, Deep River, and Renfrew County Housing Corporation property sale empire, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, long-term care homes accreditation. Can I have a mover, please? Mover is the member from the Township of North Algona, Wilberforce, and second is the member from the Township of McNabb Side. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. And with that,
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you to the viewing public for your patience. We are going to do something a little bit different. We're going to go to Finance and Admin, and after item 1, I'll entertain a motion to sever. Sorry? Don't need a motion. Good news. So I'm just going to tell you we're going to sever after item 1, and then we're going to take a break for lunch, and then we'll come back and complete the report. So with that, I'll call on the Chair of Finance and Admin to offer up the finance report, please.
Thank you, Warden. The CAO and I decided that we were just going to do one and sever and come back to F&A. Okay, perfect. So to the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Number 1 is the retirement of our Deputy Clerk Executive Assistant, Rose Gruns. And Warden, I'd like to stop there and sever. Thank you.
You're severed. Thank you. And Mr. Kelly, this is really easy today.
I think there's 2 guests that haven't made their way in. Are they wandering around? They're on their way? Okay, fair enough. They'll join us when they do. Well, Rose, welcome to This Is Your Life. This is the one day that Rose hasn't been in total control of the agenda, and I'm sure she's flipping out right at this moment. So Rose, you have literally been the rose between all of these thorns for years. Congratulations on your retirement and all the incredible years of work that you put in getting here. I'm an emotional guy. I don't have the Kleenex, but I'm sure there's some around here somewhere too. So, Ben Rose reminded me many times that these type of messages only need to be 5 minutes long. It's not going to be today, Rose. So for one last time, I'll listen to your advice. I'll try to get to the point. And so, and as many will express today, what you've meant to them, and of course, I couldn't agree more. You've seen us. There we go. The warden's taking care of me. You've seen us through amalgamations in this room, going from 34 leaders to 17. You've survived floods and droughts, tornadoes and microbursts, wildfires and wild conferences, construction and plexiglass, and yes, even a pandemic. You've seen this building renovated, you've seen new buildings be constructed, and you've seen a lot of faces come and go. You've seen terms of council go from 3 years to 4, and you've worked with at least 10 different wardens and 8 terms of council. But the largest credit goes to you for surviving and witnessing the evolution of 4 CAOs and their hairlines. Sorry, Paul. Sorry, had to do it. But through it all, you were always the first smiling face in the office every day, and quite often the last one to say, they're just words, Rose. The last one to say goodnight to your coworkers. I'm excited for Gwen, and I'm absolutely thrilled that you've taken her. Thrilled that you've taken her under your wing for the past few weeks. She's learning from one of the best clerks around. But Rose, you've been the county for years, and the county just won't be the same without you. But remember, put in the same effort into your free time as you put into your career, and you will have an amazing and exceptional time. I'm still wondering who's going to do the gardening around here, but assuming you passed your green thumb on to Gwen and Connie, of course. And I think the past warden deserves to come out here and fix the flowers, but that's okay. She'll speak to that too. So on this special occasion, and because you were part of the selection team and not able to receive one, I'm going to present to you on behalf of all your peers of the county, this honorary employee recognition award for fulfilling all of our core competencies and in each and every day that you walk through these doors. So I'll pass that to you. I'm not done. Thank you. But I know I'm close. But as I was prepping these notes, I was reminded by Mr. Rogers. And Mr. Rogers from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood said, often when you're at the end of something, you're at the beginning of something new. So again, Rose, on behalf of the senior leadership team and all the staff here at the County of Renfrew, I wish you all the best in your retirement. Thank you very much for everything. Now enjoy something else.
Turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question but a lesson learned in time. It's something something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you have the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind, hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoo some memories and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you have the time of your life. Something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you have the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right.
There's more to come.
Greetings, County Council, and our special person of the day, Rose Gruntz. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here in person for the day and for the retirement send-off, but I did want to wish Rose all of the very, very best in retirement. After 14 years of it, I can say it's a good place to be. Anyway, just thinking back on a few of the things that we experienced together through some very challenging changes over the years, especially through the provincial downloads and the restructuring times. Rose was always there and always helpful and did a tremendous job, to the point probably where one could say that it was a true joy working with her. And we certainly did, I think, eventually got to the point maybe where we were almost reading each other's minds. And we often had an occasion where one or the other would say, have we started this, or have we done that, or are we ready for something else? And Rose was always there to say, yep, that's well in hand. So eventually found one of these. They used to have them at Staples. So depending on who was ahead, when the question was asked, are we ready for something? Oh yeah, Rose was ready. That was easy. And it works. Anyway, good times and good work. Thanks so much, Rose, for all your diligent work, and we certainly wish you and Neil and your family the very, very best in retirement, and do enjoy. Thanks again. And thank you, County Council, for the opportunity to do a little clip. Greetings, County Council, and our special.
Good morning, Mr. Warden, members of the County Council, Rose's family and friends, and staff. Rose and I worked together for 20 years between 1998 and 2018. I have to say that it was a pleasure working with someone that's so dedicated and committed to her job and so pleasant to work with. It's a very difficult job keeping an organization as large and complex as the County of Renfrew operating efficiently. And whatever the challenges, and there were many, Rose was always willing to put in 110% to get done whatever needed to be done to meet the challenge. So I very much appreciated that, Rose. Not being a detail-oriented person myself, when I became CAO in 2010, Rose's attention to detail and her experience were invaluable to me, and I very much enjoyed working closely with you, Rose, for those 8.5 years. So Rose, I hope you enjoy your retirement. You certainly have earned it. I think some good news is that you will find OMERS to be every bit as good an employer as the County of Renfrew going forward, so that's some good news. Enjoy your retirement. You really have earned it, and all the best to you, Neil, and your family. Take care, Rose.
I think there's a familiar face making his way to the front now too, Rose.
This won't be as long as my last one when I was up here, past Warden. I think she was still complaining last time we spoke about how long my last speech was. Warden, members of council, and ladies and gentlemen, and Rose. It's an honor to stand here before you today and pay tribute to a person who has exemplified dedication, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to the County of Renfrew. Rose's journey with the County of Renfrew has been nothing but short of remarkable. Over the years, she has seamlessly supported not one, not two, but 4 CAOs. Such a feat requires a rare combination of adaptability, foresight, and exceptional organizational skills. You had those in spades, Rose. Norm testified to that. Rose's ability to transition effortlessly as the right hand to these leaders demonstrates not only her administrative prowess, but also her innate understanding of the dynamics of the organization. Not to mention maybe a little bit of patience at times as well. The role of Deputy Clerk, a position Rose has held with grace and distinction, is a truly special one at the County of Renfrew. It requires more than just organizational abilities. It demands political acumen and an understanding of the intricate web of relationships that shape our decision-making process and a finely tuned skill for effective communication. That's what the staff call dealing with challenging elected politicians. I can say that now that I'm retired. Rose has embodied all of these qualities and more, becoming a trusted confidant to our elected officials, members of the senior leadership team, and a bridge between various departments and stakeholders. This was especially true as we faced challenges like floods and a pandemic that never seemed to end. Reliability is a virtue often sought but rarely found in its truest form. Rose, however, has epitomized reliability throughout her tenure. Her unwavering dedication to her work and colleagues and the county as a whole has been a source of inspiration for us all. Whether it was getting reports out or writing motions, we have all experienced the comfort of knowing that Rose is there. A reliable presence in times of uncertainty, a source of wisdom in moments of doubt, and a friend to all who have had the privilege of working along her side. I can especially say that because we've went through some tough times together in roles, whether it was the pandemic, the flood, or all those different things that we faced together. Rose was always here. But Rose is just not a model employee, she's a friend and mentor. Her legacy will continue to resonate in the halls of our offices and in the countless lives she has touched. It's funny, I was downstairs and talking to Kathy and Rhonda, and those sentiments were expressed to me as well. As Rose embarks on a new chapter of her life, let us celebrate her accomplishments, her impact, and unwavering commitment to bettering the County of Renfrew. While we will undoubtedly miss her presence, we take solace in the fact that her influence will continue to guide the administration of the county. Rose, the stuff that you've put in place here, it's not going away, and it will be here for a long time. To Rose, we offer our deepest gratitude, our fondest memories, and our warmest wishes for retirement, filled with joy, adventure, and the same boldness, enthusiasm that you've shared with us all these years. Just remember, Rose, there is no need to get up at 5 a.m. anymore. Congratulations, Rose. May this new journey be as remarkable and fulfilling as the one that you've shared with us. Please join me in expressing a heartfelt gratitude for Rose, an exceptional executive assistant and deputy clerk who has been the bedrock of our administrative team. Thank you, Rose.
And I believe, Warden, there's another familiar face making her way to the front.
Yes, the warden is here. Thank you. And I mean that.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Rose. It's my pleasure to be standing here in County Council chambers once again, and this time I have the opportunity to honor a woman I have the utmost respect for, Rose Gruntz. I'm not going to cry. He started it. When I came to County Council, my predecessor, Jack Wilson, offered me a word of advice. That word was Rose. He explained that if I needed anything, if I had any questions about anything, I just needed to go to Rose. She'll either have the answer, get the answer, or know who has the answer, and that is absolutely true. That, my friends, was sage advice, and for 8 years, 3 as warden, that is exactly what I did. I always got the straight goods from Rose. As Peter and Jennifer and other wardens know, your legacy as a warden is a culmination of a lot of hard work from a lot of people. I had the very good fortune of working with some exceptional people, and that includes Rose. When I started thinking about what I would say today, I realized, and not for the first time, that any of the highlights of my time as warden were directly linked to a team that always included Rose and Paul. Hosting the first Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus meeting ever held in Renfrew County, the creation of Nujimag Mig Garden, the grand reopening of the County Administration Building, inaugural meetings, our very first County Council Zoom meeting, and chairing my final County Council meeting. These special occasions were even more memorable due to Rose's extraordinary ability to organize, reorganize, and tackle the challenges without ever breaking a sweat. Of course, there was that 3-year stint with COVID that kept us occupied as well. During that time, I never stopped admiring Rose's tenacity to endure the ever-changing landscape right alongside of us. There were no cracks in her armor. She was stoic throughout. Through it all, we even managed a few laughs and some hijinks. I must confess at times that we, shall we call them, to tactical maneuvers as a team in our quest to have first Paul and then Craig agree with whatever plan we had hatched. Sometimes it worked, and sometimes it was a colossal failure in the circumstances of which we will keep to ourselves. Suffice to say, Rose, it was my sincere pleasure to have the opportunity to know you as a colleague and a friend. Congratulations on your well-earned journey into retirement.
As chair of F&A, Councillor Murphy.
Have a second box if you want.
For anybody that is new to County Council, I am a crier. I didn't write anything because I started to and I couldn't get through it. Deb, just one correction. I hosted Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus in Calabogie. So 2. I don't even know. Oh, you did too?
What's the one big one?
Did Bob do one as well?
No, I don't think we gave him the money.
Okay. I don't know what to say to you, what's left to say about you. You know, when I started here in 2010, and apparently I've aged very badly through the slideshow, I came here with a lot of elected mentors, but knowing that Rose was here and Bob Sweet would say, much like Jack Wilson, Bob would say, if you need anything, you go to my Rosebud. And he couldn't have been more correct. And so for many, many, many years, Rose, I leaned on you for, small things, larger things, depending on if I was the chair of a committee or not. But when I became the warden, and we went right into flooding, and then tornadoes, and then major flooding, I don't know who said it, but you were just a steady hand and always here as somebody that I could lean on and talk to personally about the struggles that I was going through because of what we were all going through, and trying for me to stay steady. You kept me steady. I guess Paul did a little as well. I don't know. We all know who was the boss of you, Paul. I don't deny it, man. It's just not worth it. So Rose, we're gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you. I certainly hope you keep in touch. And again, I can't thank you for everything you've done. And I can't imagine what it's like to pivot, I guess every 3 years before, and now every 4 years, to deal with a new set of elected. That is a skill set most people don't have. So Rose, thank you so much. Taking my
Warden, if I may, before we ask the person of the hour to she's got a 10-minute speech. Perhaps you would like to say a few words, Warden.
Thank you very much. I took a slightly different approach because Rose educated me right from day one when I got here in 2006. She was always very approachable, has a great sense of humor. There's plenty of times we'd shut the door and laugh about something, usually something I did. 97% of the time was about my stupidity or ineptness, so we always had a good laugh about that. And as my grandpa said, it's healthy to laugh, and it's really healthy if you laugh 10 times a day, and if 8 times are at yourself, because you're going to do dumb things. And so Rose really embodied that when we talked about my life. What I'd like to say, though, is she understood the importance, and Paul touched on this briefly, of this chambers and the decisions, and the need to implement them, and the need for the warden's office to respect, the chambers, and to respect the capacity of staff. So she's very good at giving you intelligence about how fast. It's no secret I'm aggressive, and so she was very good at tempering my aggressive nature for speed or for sharp comment. And so I could, and I'm sure Jennifer and Debbie have lots of references where, they had a good, clean conversation with Rose and come out of it much better on the other side, because very sage advice. But I think at the same time, she also educated me and about the importance of the office of warden. It's not Peter's office, and it wasn't Jennifer's office, it's not Debbie's office, or Bob's office, or Donnie Rathwell's office. It's the warden's office. And so there is an expectation of behavior and leadership and how you conduct yourself. And she was very good at doing that. So I think those were 2 primary strengths, and I'm not sure who gave her that job or whether she just instinctively took it on, but it was so important to the warden and the function of the warden and the function of these chambers. And so congratulations to her for recognizing the necessariness of that and fulfilling it with such outstanding vigor and wisdom over the years. This is my second run through. I've had an easy term. My first term was very easy. Jennifer tells me I probably the easiest warden in history as far as I understood. I haven't had a chance to go through it all, but I'm sure it was. And this term too is twice as easy. And so I think it's important for that. But also, Rose also set the culture for the place. The depth of caring, the depth of support that we need to perform our jobs, because none of us have executive assistants at the local level. And so we're always scrambling to get information and put together plans and notices of motion and how do we respond to something. And what actually was said in May of 2021. So she set the culture for us as politicians and as people,
in a lot of ways, but also for, I look at Connie and other people's in the audience, other people in the audience. Rose has set the culture of how the organization responds to a crisis or to individual needs or just, the day-to-day things. And I think those things are important too. And nobody said set the culture. Nobody said work hard and enjoy yourself and have a sense of humor. She just instinctively filled those roles. So in terms of being able to instruct us or demonstrate the culture of the place, and also the culture of the chambers, and the culture and the leadership and the necessary requirements to be a successful warden, and in some instances of some of our friends in the chambers, a great warden. And so it always wasn't serious business. I can attest to, I'll give you an example of her unflusteredness after Peter screwed up. I was flying into Saskatoon to FCM. So being the smartest guy in the room, I tucked my itinerary into my suit bag. And of course with Air Canada, they sent my suit bag to, I think, Singapore instead of to Saskatoon. So I landed at 12:01 in Saskatoon. No clue where I'm going because I hadn't read the itinerary. Rose had printed it kindly, and I just jammed in my suit bag as I was racing out the doors, which I'm very usually doing. And because I was 5 minutes late getting to Ottawa, so I was, making it as fast as I could from here. I think I was coming back from a meeting with CNL or something, and Rose gave it to me, and I jammed it in, and off I went. So when I get to Saskatoon, no suit bag, so off I go to this. I just randomly pick a hotel. And of course, with my tastes and haste, it was a reasonably priced one. I think it was about $700 a night. But anyway, so then I called Rose in the morning, and so she sent me the itinerary and where I was supposed to go. And then I had to rush off and buy a new suit because Air Canada wasn't never going to get my stuff back to me in time for the conference. But anyway, she's just very unflustered about it and thought it was quite funny. And I'm sure shared the story throughout the building, which I don't blame her. But that's just one example of how dependent I was on her. There's other occasions too where I've landing in Toronto and missed a connection at Pearson coming back from somewhere. I think I was coming back from FCM. We had a presentation in Vancouver, Calgary, can't remember. But again, too tight a schedule. I think I stopped for a coffee and maybe used the bathroom and misread my phone. I'm not sure what I did, but Rose found me another flight within seconds. So those are the kinds of things that are so valuable and speaks to her determination to make sure I look good, and she swore she'd never share those in public, but I think it's necessary. So Rose, thank you for everything. You helped me grow as a person, grow as a warden, which is more important than me as a person, and function effectively in these chambers. And I think anybody that's passed through these chambers, their good conduct and wisdom is a credit to your efforts. So Rose, thank you, and I truly hope you enjoy your retirement, and as Jim Hutton so astutely noted, a great employer OMERS is. I often tap, once a month I tap their largesse, and I'm quite happy for it. So he's right, they're the best employer I've ever had. And I know in conversation how important it is for you with Neil and your children and your grandchildren. So more time for that. Congratulations. Thank you for everything on so many levels. You're such an important person to myself and everybody in these chambers. So take care.
Councillor Lynch, just before Rose pops up, I believe Councillor Lynch wants to make a quick presentation.
Thank you, CEO. So as Paul mentioned, Rose doesn't have to get up at 5 o'clock to come to this building anymore, but she will. On behalf of council, we've got a picture of the county building and a little X to say where her office is, so you can always fix your office on time.
Your turn, Rose.
I just said I was. Thank you for all your kind comments. I'm not sure who you were talking about, but As I reflected on my 25-year career with the County of Renfrew, I realized how bittersweet today is for me. My emotions are conflicted as I know I will miss my role and colleagues at the county, but I'm excited about the possibilities that retirement have to offer. My reflections brought me back to a quote from Winston Churchill: "Attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference." I started my career at the County of Renfrew on February 16, 1998, as administrative assistant working on front reception, reporting to 3 directors: the Treasurer Deputy Clerk, the Director of Community Services, and Director of Human Resources, and was also the administrative assistant for both the Health and Finance and Administration committees. I didn't know a lot about politics or the complexities of municipal government, but my attitude and desire to succeed propelled me to learn. I was promoted to executive assistant in 2001 and then deputy clerk in 2016. During that time, I worked for 4 CAOs: Norm Lemke, Jim Hutton, Paul Morrow, and Craig Kelly. Norm, Jim, Paul, and Craig, thank you for your leadership over the years. You've often pushed me out of my comfort zone to challenge myself, which allowed me to continue to grow and make each and every day more interesting. Also, thank you to the past and present directors who were always willing to share their expertise with me. I'd also like to thank former CAO Mike Johnson for his support over the years. I never had the pleasure of reporting to him, but we worked on some projects together, and he has been my go-to historian for all things Renfrew County. Since 1998, the county has been through seven elections. Although the operateur is not involved in the election process itself, there's a lot of work in planning orientation and training for the incoming elected. I have worked with 10 wardens, the first being David J. Stewart, who was the first warden elected to the 2nd term. Following that year, all wardens have served for either 2, 3, 4, or 5 terms, with the exception of 1. It has been a pleasure to work with the wardens and all of the elected in the county, who are dedicated not only to their own municipalities, but to the success of the county as a whole. Thank you to the county staff and the staff of each of the local municipalities. The coordination between the county and each municipality truly makes the county of Renfrew special. I would like to thank my sidekick, Connie Wilson, for your help in setting up wardens' banquets, CAO retirements, inaugural meeting lunches, and working together on various projects. Organizing these events can be stressful to make sure nothing is forgotten, but having someone like Connie with me, as both a sounding board and someone to share some laughs, have made each of them fun and exciting. We certainly have a few good stories to look back on. Thank you also to the administrative assistants that I have worked with to deliver the agendas and reports to our committees and council in a timely and accurate fashion. Gwen, congratulations on your new position. I know you will excel in your new role, and I hope that you find the job as rewarding as I have. A special thank you to my husband Neil and our 2 children, Paul and Matt, for their love and support, especially in the early days when I was taking courses and learning how to navigate the halls of government and politics. Some nights I was studying alongside my children, so they couldn't complain about their homework. Finally, I'd like to express my gratitude to the wardens and councils for their support and guidance throughout my tenure. Your leadership has been paramount in shaping the course of this county and its communities, and it has been an honor to work alongside you to make a difference. The memories and experience I have gained here will stay with me forever. Attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. The elected and staff at the County of Renfrew embody this each and every day, and this attitude makes our beautiful county a force to be reckoned with. Thank you.
And Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Warden. I believe lunch is ready. Unless the Warden will take any other comments, lunch is ready, and he's asked that people return by 1:15. Did Rose have to organize? Rose did a great job, so if you have any complaining, just talk to her.
We will adjourn until 1:15-ish. Thank you. And the Chair of Finance, if you could resume with items 2 through till the end of the report, please.
Thank you, Warden. Number 2. So after saying goodbye to our beloved Rose Grunts, number 2, welcome to Gwen Dombrowski, who's been working here for the past few weeks. And welcome, Gwen. I hope you enjoy your time at the county. Number 3 is council remuneration to June 30th. Number 4 is the treasurer's report to June 30th. Number 5 is a piece of correspondence from the town of Deep River asking for an offset for development charges related to the hospital. Number 6 is the Warden's Golf Tournament, which will be at Dragonfly Golf Course on Thursday, September 21st. Number 7 is the Employee Recognition Program, and below or attached are all the winners. Very excited that this is a new initiative. Number 8, co-op opportunities. Very exciting that we've resumed having co-ops here at the county. Under resolutions, resolution number FACC-23-08-73, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve that County of Renfrew's non-union salary grid be adjusted annually based on the June 12th month average of the Consumer's Price Index for Ontario as determined by Stats Canada, and that the adjustment will be effective for pay period number 1 each year, and further that this adjustment will not be lower than any increase negotiated with any union collective agreement, and further that a revised employment bylaw number 1 be brought forward to a future session of County Council. And there is a significant amount of background. Under bylaws, resolution number FACC 23-08-71, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to appoint a deputy clerk for the County of Renfrew. Gwen, that's your last chance to get out of this. Number 11, resolution number FACC-23-08-74, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the amended corporate policy E-04, vacation, effective January 1st, 2024, and approve the new corporate policy J-06, return of service incentive program as a pilot project from September 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023 for Bonashir Manor Long-Term Care Home, and further that a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resources corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew be adopted, and again a significant amount of background there. Number 12, everybody's favorite topic, County Road 512, resolution number FACC-23-08-75, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to authorize the submission of an application to Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation for financing of capital work, Foymount Road reconstruction, to authorize temporary borrowing from OILC to meet expenditures in connection with such capital work, and to authorize long-term borrowing for such capital work through the issue of debentures to OILC. And of course, there is background, but in the actual bylaw, the amount stated is incorrect. It is now $8.85 million, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, Yon, and Mayville. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you very much. And we'll go through the report without item 1, of course. So item 2, questions, comments, concerns from members of council. Item number 3. Item 4. We were sort of laughing because Craig was dangerously close to being the first person to fall off the dais. Item number 5. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor, member from McNabry side.
Okay, thank you. Just one quick question on trails on page 5 of the report. Just pulling it up here. So the variance is 2 million to the good, but I'm just wondering if that's expense is just going to be incurred in the second half of the year.
Mr. Foss, I would assume that's in your bailiwick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and through you, that is correct. It's really just a timing issue at this point in time. There's still a significant amount of work to be done on the trails, and so we expect that picture to look much differently in the next quarterly report. Thank you.
And the member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Just wish to bring to one question, but some preamble first. Just wish to bring to Council's attention, if you recall the budget deliberations back in February, there was certainly much angst, and I understand that concern both for our ratepayers and the continuity of the operations of the County of Renfrew. But just wish to bring to everybody's attention, which is I had alluded to that time as well. In fact, subsequent to that time, the Bank of Canada has raised the basis point, 25 basis points to the prime rate, which has ultimately worked its way through. So just to draw to Council's attention, I think there are 5 distinct interest lines, all of which probably at this point, subject certainly to any more changes that the Bank of Canada may be considering, we probably are going to exceed our anticipated or forecast interest revenue over the course of 2023 by a factor of 4. Just within the general alone, I think it's the estimate is $650,000. And I expect it'll probably be closer to $3 million than to $2 million. And that was certainly one of the considerations that I was putting forward at the time of the development and adoption of the budget, certainly recognizing that that is a challenge. The interest rates are a challenge for much of our community, but that is an opportunity for us to afford to provide some, at least, room for them with regards to the taxation. The other thing, just moving right to the question, consistent with the discussion of interest, one of the entities that does record interest is the paramedic service, and I'm kind of curious why it's showing none. I think the budget is for $40,000 over the course of the year. Perhaps that is only recorded at the close of the year. I wonder through you, Mr. Warden, if Mr. Foss could address that. Or I should defer to the chair first. Perhaps she is familiar with the answer to that question.
I do not have the answer.
And Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So in accordance with the Ministry of Health rules for paramedic services, we must identify all interest that is accrued based on our funds held in reserve for paramedic services, and typically we have to do that on the average ending monthly reserve balances within those reserves. So we make an allocation at the end of the year, pulling that interest revenue away from the general interest account on the last page back to paramedic services to be in compliance with those rules. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to item number 5. And I would assume that the member from Deep River wants to speak. Please speak.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would like to take this opportunity to, I guess, just emphasize this challenge to the neighbors, to our neighbors, and to the broader Renfrew County. As stated in the letter, the County of Renfrew has had a long-standing practice of supporting a variety of healthcare initiatives across the county, and recognizing that this new facility will benefit all residents of the county. One of the challenges that we're having is that within our development charges bylaw, we don't have the ability of waiving those charges. So we've gone to a granting model of funds, and then recognizing that the Deep River and District Hospital and this new facility services quite a wide area, including a large portion of the County of Renfrew. The other challenge is that within the funding model from the province, the hospital, our community, has to raise $2.5 million to put towards this facility. So as you can imagine, in a community of our size, fundraising of $2.5 million is probably doable, but it's taking away fundraising activities from every other organization that we have. So I would ask County Council to consider this challenge and to support further expansion of long-term care beds in Renfrew County.
Thank you. Any comments or questions or motions suggesting it go back to some committee for review, or seeing nothing, we'll just move on if that's okay? Okay, so with that, we'll move on to item number 6. Member from Blanchard Valley and Chair.
Thank you, Warden. I should have asked this at F&A, but I'm just realizing that there are other members that want to go for the after-game appetizers but don't actually want to play golf. Can we find a fee for those that want to just join at the end of the day? And maybe what time that might be?
Certainly. Mr. Belmore, whose name is listed here, is expressly and adept at doing things like that, and I'm sure he'll come up with a solution that'll meet your satisfaction. Thank you, Greg. Very quickly, thank you. This is a great opportunity for us to meet, to get back in the community, to meet some of our partners who join with us in any number of our projects, and it's a very good time. We've got 2 very good causes, the Legacy Fund for the Ontario Winter Games, and also a new homelessness fund that we're generating housing and homelessness. And so anybody that can attend, and all of our sponsors, thank you very much for your consideration. And hope to see everybody. I'm not golfing, but I will be buzzing around, just trying to learn something from everybody. I see the member from Petawawa giggling at me, so he's obviously seen me golf and decided it's better I just buzz around. Okay, thank you. I'll avoid you then. Who's your foursome? And so with that, if we could move to item number 7, please. Any comments? Item number 8. What a great opportunity, the co-op opportunities. I'll be honest with you, I have a teenage daughter, and I'm engaging her in a co-op opportunity in the next couple of days. Well, she wanted one. It's not me forcing her, just be clear. And so it's going to be a real, I'm really a big fan of it over the years as a mentor in my organization, to have people come and co-op and watch them go into the profession. So I really like this, and I'm glad we're doing it. Thank you. Resolutions, item number 9. Item number 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I was slow raising my hand. This is with respect to item number 9, and there was a substantial engagement on this at the Finance Administration Committee. I don't wish to revisit that. The only thing that I do wish to comment on, you can see it on page 6 of today's report. There's a sentence about halfway down the first paragraph. The non-union salary grid has not kept pace with inflation. In fact, that is inaccurate. Certainly in the last year, because of the substantial inflationary pressures that we've been experiencing commencing in 2021, and of course being much exacerbated or galloping in 2022, we are still in that situation. But I even recall some of the conversations in September's past wherein Council was giving consideration to what COLA might be. And at some of those occasions, the COLA that was recommended did in fact exceed the CPI annually. And my comment then was that we do want to be mindful that ultimately if we are exceeding it in those years, then we must be cognizant of the fact that there are times when perhaps the CPI may exceed. So ultimately, when one goes back beyond the 3 years contained herein, we in fact, from the time that I've been sitting in this room, we have been keeping pace, and there is a pretty substantial change for that in 2023. But I'm calling this out because that is a pejorative sentence, and in fact it is demonstrably not true. It has kept pace right through 2022. It is only in 2023 that it has begun to slip and fail.
So with that, we'll move to item number 10, please. And again, congratulations to Rose and congratulations to Gwen. And we can open the door now as soon as this gets passed. So, item number 11. Item 12. Oh, item 12. Any comments, questions, or concerns on the report as a whole? Seeing none, motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you very much. You've read the report, you've heard the questions, and I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much, Council. And we'll move to community services, please.
To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Annual General Report for 2022, attached as Appendix 1. Item number 2, Strategic Housing and Homelessness Plan. This plan is will take up to 6 months to complete, and it's recommended that, as in previous years, that an external party be hired to help and coordinate the necessary engagement. Item number 3 is the annual rent increase guideline for 2024. So this was approved at our Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board of Directors meeting. Number 4 is rent increase in addition to guideline amounts. Same thing, this was also approved. Item number 5, presentation to the Renfrew County and District Health Unit Board of Directors. Attached as Appendix 2 is the presentation that was given by myself and Director Lapine. They were very receptive and quite surprised at all the services and work that is done by the county. Item number 6, the new Francophone Licensed Child Care Center. It's at an elementary school in Arnprior named L'École Élémentaire Catholique de Deux-Rivières. And resolution number 7, intimate partner violence and violence against women. Resolution number CS-CC-23-08-36, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council endorse the following recommendations resulting from the Culleton, Cusack, and Walmerdan inquest jury recommendations of June 28, 2022. Community Services set up a She Can fund utilizing the Homelessness Prevention Program funding, HPP, allowing for grants per year of up to $5,000. This fund and the funding source to be reviewed annually. Community Services introduce annual staff training regarding intimate partner violence, and that this training be offered to other County of Renfrew departments to enhance their skill set when working with the community. Community Services create a routine screening process for applicants by asking people if they are currently or have recently experienced intimate partner violence, excuse me, entering through Housing, Ontario Works, or Child Care Service entry points in order to streamline supports and services. Community Services Management participate on local boards, committees that focus on intimate partner violence activities in the community, and that Community Services strike an in-house committee consisting of staff from Ontario Works, Community Housing, and Child Care and Early Years to review how intimate partner violence applicants access our services to ensure a seamless intimate partner violence focused approach. Bylaws, number 8, amendment to bylaw 100-20, Ontario Works Policies and Procedures. Resolution number CS-CC-23-08-37, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council amend bylaw 100-20, authorizing the County of Renfrew to establish Ontario Works Policies and Procedures to replace policy OW-I, internal control measures, and policy OW-2, sorry, that was, previous one was 1, and policy OW2, funerals. The background is there. all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Emo, Grills, Mayville, Nicholson, and Service. Thank you.
Thank you. As always, Council, your comments, questions, concerns on item number 1. Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warden. Through you to the chair, or perhaps to Ms. Lapine, I would draw Council's attention to page 74 of today's package, and I'm assuming that this probably would have garnered some discussion at the Community Services Committee. The wait list information is terribly discouraging, and I'm quite certain that everybody in the room would agree that it's discouraging. 7 years. It is not referred to it as expedited, but the special status still being 1 year are discouraging. So, and I know that universally that will be recognized, and we have to be cognizant of the paradigm that we exist. However, I'm wondering what the trajectory of that. Are we making any headway? Is it in fact deteriorating? Are we making gains? I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Ms. Lapine.
Thank you, and through you, Warden, to Council. You know, I would say we're making gains because we have some new builds happening in our community. We're seeing the opening up of more rent supplements, which is similar to rent geared to, it is a rent geared to income program, but delivered in the private market, and anybody who accepts those come off our wait list. We're making gains there, but we're also seeing an increase in the number of people applying for community housing. And while, you know, there are many efforts put forward to try to reduce that wait list, what we're finding, and it's an important thing that we've noticed, is that the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio of assets that we received when the province downloaded to the county consisted, a large proportion of them are family-sized homes, and the highest demand right now is for one-bedroom units. So that's our smaller demographic, or sorry, smaller amount of assets are one-bedroom units. So the higher number of people are requesting those. It is an ongoing issue, as you're aware, and there are many attempts through different programs, and certainly the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and their presentation on the 7 and 7 will help us, but we're not seeing huge changes to our wait list. Year over year, it continues to grow. We see people come off, but an equal number will come on. I will mention as well that one of the things, and it's on the chart right above the one that you refer to on that same page, it shows the number of people who move out. And you will notice that since 2019, our move-outs have really slowed down. What that really reflects, we're not 100% sure, but that really is an indication that people maybe are not as comfortable moving out of rent geared to income housing into the public and private market, where rents are significantly higher. So, you know, when somebody is in rent geared to income housing and their income is such that, you know, they can afford more, their rent gets adjusted, and we end up with people who are often at market rent, which is our market rent, not the market out there. And, you know, that number is growing. So, and we have no, you know, we can help people consider and move out and offer other programs, but we're finding that that list is growing as well. So it's not the answer I'm sure we all want to hear, but it's a recognition that the growing number of people needing community housing is growing and growing. Thank you.
Thank you. And the member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. Comment, it may solicit comment from staff, but when I look at that number, and I'm as despondent as member from Abbotston Bromley is, to see it that high, and I think the consideration that I'm giving it personally is that it's a reflection not just of the community housing shortage that we have and the number of bedrooms and those details, but the number of affordable or attainable housing that exists in our communities. And because that doesn't exist, this is the only option for these people to come and put their names on a list. There's no list out there for affordable rent affordable housing anywhere. So if you don't have any other choice, this is your only choice. And I think it just leads into the question that we need to we need to put more focus on all types of housing across the housing spectrum. This report focuses on community housing and speaks to some of the other emergency housing and other supports that exist, but we don't have a focus right now on affordable and attainable housing.
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Through you, Warden, and to Council, and a point that will be brought up in the fall by my colleagues, part of the wait list as well, or aggravating the wait list, is the flipping of homes as well. And the flip of homes means as people move out, there's a certain amount of renovation that needs to be done, and my colleagues are seeing an increased level of renovation required in a lot of our houses as our residents move out. And our current capacity to complete those renovations is just not adequate. So we are sitting with several, I won't get into the numbers of, well, I think it's the numbers around 40 or so vacant units at the moment while they're awaiting renovation. And I know that's worthy of saying, you know, just to turn these units around requires a large investment of time and increasingly large amount of money to go into fixing very damaged properties. So these are adding to the complexity of the wait list as well. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Chair, and I didn't mean to add, sorry, Warden, is that in the fall, and I alluded to this in my opening remarks, in the fall, I believe Mr. Davis and Ms. Lapine will be bringing a report, perhaps enclosed or otherwise, to a state of nation of what's happening with these renovations as we go.
Thank you. So a look under the blanket for everybody. So with that, we'll move to item number 2. And I have to say that this is probably going to be one of the most crucial documents, and I'm not sure how we're going to keep it fluid because things change so fast. When you look at where we were in 2013 and 2019, and now we're 2000 and went to 21, and now we're at 23. And how fast will things change in 23 from the time the report's issued, gets panned by the community, and then, you know, he's put action in, how fast will it change? Because I think, you know, we've got more people that are homeless. We've just had that conversation, and we need more one-person homes. In my other life, I was shocked at the number of people who are my age, in their 60s, who started couch surfing because they lost their place to live and couldn't afford, you know, to be on their own, whether it was through a relationship or a partnership or something that didn't work out. So that was quite shocking because, as you know, couch surfing was usually the province of younger folks, 16 to 23, 16 to 21, but now it's gone across all ages and all demographics. So I think that speaks to the point where we know we have issues and we need a plan forward. And again, I'm not sure how we're going to keep it fluid all the time, and that's going to be a real challenge for Ms. Lapine and for the chair of Community Services. But we look forward to the document. So it's quite timely in a lot of reasons, and we've had some conversations about being outside of our lane as we look for solutions. So I promise you it's going to be an interesting 6 months. Member from Amherst and Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, I am reminded, some that were in the room at the time may remember when there was some substantial deliberation, I believe in 2018, 2017 perhaps, on the budget, and I had suggested that it was difficult to budget for monsters at the edge of the map, and it seems that we may be discovering some of those monsters.
Thank you. So we'll move to item number 3. Item 4, item 5, if I could just echo on behalf of the members of of this chambers that sit on the Health Unit Board. The presentation was quite illuminating to members of the board, and I believe maybe even some staff from the Health Unit as well. Just the breadth of the services that are provided by the county. I think the efficiency with which they're presented. There was some conversation about our one-door policy or one-door transformation here and at Renfrew County Place, and how we steamed together several or tens of different provincial programs and some federal programs so that we could serve our clients. So I think it was just a super exercise, and frankly, we're going to have to put them on the road to more of our partners because I think that will allow maybe the development of partnerships. So thank you very much to the chair and to the director for their effort in putting together a thoughtful presentation. And with that, we'll move to item number 6. Item number 7. So I'm proud to, I'm sorry, Councillor, member of council for Mr. Bromley.
Thank you once again, Mr. Warden. I cannot express how pleased to see some tangible action being taken on this. I have to express enormous disappointment at our provincial government's failure to identify as this epidemic. What I will say is, regardless of whether they have defined it as such at the provincial level, it is such. We can name it, and we have named it in this municipality. So I have to say that I am, as I say, inordinately pleased that concrete steps are being taken to begin to address this epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you. To echo that, I'm very proud of the points and the leadership that we've been able to show by virtue of our staff taking and our committee taking steps to ensure that we give this adequate consideration and accept the seriousness of it. Very pleased with our progress to date. I also had the good fortune, AMO passed a resolution, and I'll share the information with you, but a very comprehensive report about actions forward as well. But they passed and accepted and proclaimed that intimate partner violence was an epidemic as well, and we'll use that as a point of information going forward with the province. So very proud of that. It was a concentrated effort from all 44 members of AMO and the staff to come to a very reasonable conclusion. So we're very, very proud of that. I'll share that with you. And again, thank you. And we'll move to item number 8. Seeing no further questions, comments, or concerns, can I have a mover, please? A motion.
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the report, you've heard the comments, you've heard the questions. And with that, I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move next to development and property.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Rural Economic Development Program funding agreements. A is the rehabilitation of the K&P recreational trail, and as indicated that this recreational trail will receive a maximum of $8,833.33 through the RED funding. And item B is the Rural Community Inclusion Pilot Project. Once again, this was a successful co-application with the County of Lanark, and we will be contributing up to $44,000 over 3 years towards this project. Item number 2 is the Algonquin Trail land use agreements, and again, the policy is attached for your review. Item number 3 is the Renfrew County Housing Corporation property in regards to vacant property in Arnprior, with the summary of the county's position in trying to address some of the housing crisis. Item number 4 is the Taste of the Valley, and I would have to say that in attending the event in Eganville, it was extremely successful with 45 vendors and approximately 1,000 visitors. So hopefully the other locations enjoy the same success. Item number 5 is the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, an organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries Supplier Day, which is going to be held on September the 7th, 2023. And again, the information there is provided. Item number 6 is the new Economic Development Business Newsletter. and we're looking forward to receiving that, and I understand it will be sent to all of the lower tier municipalities as well. Item number 7 is the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association data collection, and it provides the Ontario Tourism Industry Health Check Report as well as the geofencing data project, and certainly some very interesting stats there. Item number 8 is the appointment to Ontario Professional Foresters Association Council, and again, congratulations to Lacey Rose, who certainly is a great asset to the county, and this has also been recognized through the Ontario Professional Foresters Association. Item number 9 is a new subdivision in Deep River, 470-23002, and again, the plan is attached. Item number 10 is the draft approval for Kings Landing 470-22001. And this is a subdivision plan for the Township of Madawaska Valley in the Village of Barry's Bay, and the draft was approved on July 7th, 2023. Item number 11 is final approval of the Petawawa Town Centre 470-21003, and again, the final approval was given on July 20th, 2023. Item number 12 is the request for proposal DP-2023-02, and its flood hazard identification and priority setting exercise. And once again, this was a delegation I was part of with Graydon Smith, and the county is seeking both provincial and federal governments to contribute to updating this floodplain hazard mapping. Moving to resolutions, item number 13 is a request for proposal DP-2023-01, which is the Climate Action Plan. And it was moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council award the request for proposal DP-2023-01 for the Climate Change Action Plan to Ainsworth Inc., Toronto, Ontario, in the amount of $72,522 plus applicable taxes, and further that the funds be taken from the provision of unallocated funds. Again, the background there is attached with the phases of the project that have been planned. Item 14 is the proposed Recreational Trails Advisory Committee terms of reference, resolution number DP-CC-23-08-92, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council recommends to the striking committee that the K&P Recreational Management Advisory Committee and the Trails Advisory Committee be amalgamated into a single Recreational Trails Advisory Committee, and further that County Council approve the terms of reference of the Recreational Trails Advisory Committee. Again, the background is all attached for your review. Moving to bylaws. Number 15, acquisition of the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority, MVCA, owned section of the K&P Trail Network. Resolution number DP-CC-23-08-93. Moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the warden and chief administration officer clerk to enter into an agreement to purchase this and sale with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority for the County of Renfrew section of the K&P Trail for $1 with a free and clear title. And further, that the Chief Administrative Officer Clerk be authorized to enter into a lease agreement with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority for the County of Renfrew section of the K&P Trail for the nominal sum of $1 annually until such time as the agreement is terminated or the purchase is completed. And further, that an agreement be entered with the County of Lanark to share in 19% of the costs to free and clear title. Again, the background has been attached. Item number 16 is the Town of Deep River Affordable Housing Initiative, Resolution Number DP-CC-23-08-94, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to execute a memorandum of understanding between the County of Renfrew and the Town of Deep River on a shared opportunity to purchase the discontinued Keys Public School located at 167 Brockhouse Way, Town of Deep River, for a potential future housing initiative and community hub, and further that funds required for the county's 50% portion of the appraisal be taken from Renfrew County Housing Corporation Purchase Services account. Again, the background has been attached. Item 17 is Phil Donahue and Helen McGregor, Agent JP2G Consultants, Inc., Official Plan Amendment Number 41, and that's in regards to OPA 41. Resolution number DP-CC-23-08-95, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopts a bylaw to approve Official Plan Amendment Number 41, OPA 41. Again, the background is attached. And an addendum, which is item number 18, and it's PWC 2023-54 Wiley Creek Bridge Replacement on Algonquin Trail, resolution number DP-CC-23-08-98, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing execution of contract PWC-2023-54 as submitted by Boncher Excavating, Inc., Renfrew, Ontario, for the replacement of the Wiley Creek Bridge on the Algonquin Trail in the town of Laurentian Hills in the amount of $540,345 plus applicable taxes. Again, the information and history has been attached along with the financial implications. Thank you. This, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir.
Thank you. And with that, Council, as always, questions, comments, concerns about item number 1A and 1B. Congratulations on both funding initiatives. Item number 2, and the Councillor from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Request severance from the report and consideration separately, please.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on then. And we'll move to item number 3. And again, it's a great opportunity for Renfrew County Housing Corporation, for the County of Renfrew, and also as a different service model for our community. So congratulations to everybody for thinking outside the box, and for wanting to partner with us. That's awesome. So very glad to see it. With that, we'll move to item 4, Taste of the Valley. Member from Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. I'd just like to echo the remarks of the Chair. Thank you, Jason, to you and your entire staff. It was a remarkable day in Eganville. The rain held off for the most part, but then the deluge came. But I will say that our restaurants and our downtown core were packed, absolutely packed. I don't think I've seen our restaurants that busy in ages, so thank you so much.
Good, thank you very much. That's good to hear. Anecdotal information is always helpful. And with that, and of course, Calabogies this weekend. I know that a member from Greater Madawaska would be more than happy that we're promoting it today. So if you have the opportunity to drive to Calabogie on a beautiful day, you'll enjoy yourselves. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to number 5 and number 6. Another great initiative, and more information, and especially the websites that are cited will be very helpful for all of us as we're out promoting our community. Item number 7, the councillor from Whitewater Region just loved the data information that we're getting and the ages and the changes through COVID to today. So thank you very much for this, and bring us more. And member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. That was your last statement was my question. Is there more coming? Is there continuation of this data gathering?
Mr. Davis knows much more than I do.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. We're going to be partnering with OTO to see if we can extend this program for the future. Nothing definite right now, though.
Thank you very much. Item number 8. And again, congratulations. We always like to see the expertise of our staff recognized, whether it's through a professional association or whether it's through presentations at ROMA, AMO, AMCTO. It's very important that we encourage people to strive for success and demonstrate our excellence. So thank you. Item number 9. Item 10. Item 11. It's nice to see final approval. This has been going on, I would say, for a little over 105 years, but at least 10 was through my recollection. Item 12, then through no fault of ours or anybody's, it's just process and figuring things out. Item number 12. Item 13, and the member from Hamilton Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Some time ago, I believe it was when Eric Hoskins was the Minister of Health in the province of Ontario, there was a report, and it escapes me now, I think it may have been public health related, but the report was titled, Make No Small Steps. The resolution that actually directed this initiative reads, whereas the 7th Ordinary Session of the Council of the County of Renfrew held on June 28, 2017, Council did endorse Canada's motion in support of the Paris Climate Accord, and whereas Canada has pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to 30% below 2005 levels by 2030, and whereas that is expected to limit global temperature growth to 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial revolution levels by 2100, and whereas the 2 degrees Celsius is the point above which ice caps are expected to begin irreversible melting. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Development and Property Committee is directed to coordinate development of a comprehensive plan for the municipal corporation of the County of Renfrew to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in contribution towards this goal. It's imperative, Mr. Warden, that this first step be comprehensive. I note in the report that $25,000 had been budgeted for this. In fact, it is going to cost 3 times that, with quite a significant variance across the various respondents. If we were, I do apologize, I don't know the particular scope of the request for proposals in this initiative, but what I anticipate is that we're charting the path forward in providing short, medium, and long-term ambitious yet realistic goals. I'm under no illusions this will extend over many years, requiring significant financial commitment and continuing evolution of technology. Climate change is real, Mr. Warden, primarily driven by anthropological or human action, and it confronts us more with each passing year. Mr. Warden, this resolution I just quoted is from 6 years ago. It's time for bold initiative. I am firmly in support of this resolution.
Great. Thank you very much. And I apologize when I flicked my head back and went, damn. It's because I inadvertently given you the wrong date for it. Calabogie is not this weekend coming, it's next weekend. I was racing through my calendar, so it was not a reflection on what the councillor from Hamilton Bromley was saying. It was me realizing I couldn't read my calendar, so thank you. And I saw a hand from the member from North Algona-Wilberforce.
Yes, thank you, Warden. And I had some concerns when this first came to development property, because my worry was that I was hoping we wouldn't get a plan that just identified all the initiatives that we have currently undertaken, and that maybe we'd be looking at some new and innovative ideas on moving climate action plan forward. So I do like the idea that it's going to involve project planning, visioning, and communication plan development. And part of that communication, is that going to be with the lower tier municipalities? Is it going to be just led by county staff? And is it going to be a summary of where we are and our targets moving forward?
Thank you. Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So the development of this plan will be specifically for the County of Renfrew. However, we will be reaching out to local municipalities to provide some limited input to this plan for the County of Renfrew. But again, to reiterate, it'll be specifically for County of Renfrew assets. Thank you.
Thank you. And the member for Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. And to hear the comments coming from Abbotston Bromley and from North Algona Wilberforce, completely agree. And I can appreciate that right now the scope of the plan is just within the county or for county assets. But I don't believe each and every one of our lower tiers has the flexibility, financially or staff-wise, to be able to do something of this same initiative. And although I'm not suggesting we change the scope, I just would encourage a much lower tier involvement as possible because we don't want to replicate it. And like it was said earlier, we have to move forward boldly. And that may mean, disregard the way we've done it in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll turn to Mr. Kelly in 1 second. And I would hope that it's an R&D moment for our lower tiers where you Robin and I, where essentially they change the letterhead on the report and take the aspects of it. So I'm hopeful of that, as part of the consultation, that there will be some pieces that reflected that, with some reflection at the local level and a bit of research and pulling the information from the county plan that they can interface with it. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Kelly, because I know limited budget, that's what I do, is take other people's work, credit them, but in essence not do as much work.
Robin, duplicate. Robin, deny. I like that one. No, thank you, Warden, and through you. So when we started down this road, and Mr. Davis definitely will fill in, the assets in many municipalities are different than ours, as you can understand. A lot of you have very big users of GHG emissions, water treatment plant, sewage treatment plant, or wastewater treatment plant, and arenas. 3 very specific things that we don't control here at the County of Renfrew. If we were to involve those assets and that scope, it would have probably been a magnitude of 4 or 5 times the price of this study, at least anyway. So, and waste sites, thank you very much, and no public transit. So we're walking down the road, but definitely we understand acknowledging the municipalities, but to involve your assets again, it's not. We were asked to create a county of Renfrew plan for our assets and how we're going to manage that and our GHG emissions, and that's within our scope at this moment anyway. And to acknowledge there are some municipalities that have not suggested to us that they want a climate action plan at this moment. So it was when we again started down. If you're going to do a County of Renfrew plan, including the lower tier, the local municipalities, you would require all 17 to be on board. Actually, probably Pikwakanagan and Pembroke as well, to do a full geographic GHG emission and climate plan. And that would just be beyond our scope and really too hard to coordinate for us at the moment.
Thank you, and I believe I saw Boncher Valley and Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden. I think, although Craig with Neil, too soon on the arenas, buddy. But you kind of answered the road I was going down. I was sort of seeing this as our transportation master plan, but you are correct. We do have assets that wouldn't fall into the county plan. But I'm wondering, much like the community safety and well-being plan, if this is an opportunity for some of the local tiers with similar issues to adopt what the county's doing and perhaps have one specific to our landfills and our arenas. Yeah, but this also speaks to the notice of motion I'm bringing later on about utilizing electric cars. And we know, I think one of the things this study will prove out is that we don't have enough infrastructure for purely electric cars, and it is a concern. So very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? With that, I'm sorry, Member Abbotston Bromley.
I apologize. I thought that the member from Petawawa was going to follow. I just wanted to address the concerns, and I'm certainly sympathetic. I think that it is appropriate. Well, we've already taken these steps. We have before us the tenders for this, and we are to award them. what I had anticipated all through this process was that this would be the template, if you will. My concern now is that we would become mired, not completely stuck, but it would slow this down considerably, and I think it's important that we get this in place. That can be the model by which each of the lower tiers, whether on their own, whether through collective action, can develop their own. I think it is important for the County of Renfrew to demonstrate leadership with the capacity that we have to put in place the action plan that is going to guide us, much like our strategic plan, much like our asset management plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I think sometimes we play a very important role because we do a lot of wayfinding for others to follow behind us because of resources and sometimes because of not being able to focus or not getting a strategic look at things. So I think this is important, as the member has said, that we proceed and others will follow. So thank you. Number 14, please. Number 15. This has been a work that's gone on since, I believe, about 1996. Lots of conversations with the Mississippi Valley, lots of conversations with various Lanark County municipalities. I was involved in one of my other iterations as an elected official with this over the years. Mississippi Valley wanted to divest themselves of the trail, but at various times wanted substantial funding for it. Considering they got it for nothing and didn't spend any money on it, I was often surprised at that. But now it's at the right time to take it on, and it's, again, another opportunity for us to offer experiences for people to come and visit our area. So I'm really glad to see this, and it makes sense. Item number 16. And again, we're operating a little bit outside of our normal lane, but as we've been stressed a couple of times today, bold times need bold initiatives with a suitable amount of caution as we proceed, but it's a way forward for us, and I'm very excited to see what happens in the next few months with this. So thank you to staff and Town Deep River for working this out to get us to this point where we could sign the memo of understanding. So thank you. And I saw Mr. Davis looking at me, exercising words of alarm, thinking I was going to be too effusive in my comments, but I managed to hold myself back. So item number 17, please. Councillor, or member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warden, and I recognize this question would be directed certainly in deference to the chair, but probably to Mr. Davis, but I also recognize that there are no planning staff in the room. I would draw council's attention to the mapping on page 142 of today's report. You will note that there are 8 residences that by and large separate the farmlands from the South McNaughton Road. This is in close proximity to Highway 132 as it goes westward out of Renfrew. A couple of those lots are of sufficient size that there is the possibility for land division and increased housing. In this instance, you'll note, though, that they continue to carry the green designation, which renders them as ag zoning. So it is inconsistent that once these lots are created that there is any farming going to continue on these lands. And I just question, and perhaps for a future council meeting, if in fact Mr. Davis wishes to consult with Mr. Howarth, is there no means whereby development itself would trigger a rezoning? It does not seem reasonable to expect that there is going to be farming carried on these residential lots. And I know that this ratepayer in our community has been on an odyssey, perhaps a saga, I'm not sure what differentiates them, in trying to get to this consent. In this event, has chased it through the official plan amendment process, which does carry substantial more investment. And I think that there are some of these things that present that would suggest to me why sometimes planners may not be held in high esteem. And I am troubled on this one to try and explain why they would continue to be zoned as agriculture, notwithstanding that they currently have a house and a garage on them.
Mr. Davis, do you want to wander into the murky area of planning and the planners in Toronto who tell us what to do and our planners have to try and make it work? Or would you give you a lead?
Yeah, thank you, Warden. And it is a challenging process, especially when you're talking about different layers, agricultural layers, and existing housing at the time. So without getting into the details, which I don't know the details in this situation, but I'll ask our Manager of Planning Services, Mr. Howarth, to come back at D&P to give an update of why this has happened, if that's fair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, and I wish to just clarify, Mr. Warden, I thank you through you to Mr. Davis. While this is predicated upon the one that is in front of us, the question is within a larger respect, not confined simply to this situation, but to these situations. I know when we were going through, I don't know if it was 31 or 35, we were discussing the sterilization of, I believe, sand, et cetera. And this seems to be akin to that. So I'm just, my question is how we may be able to adjust and respond to the needs of our community. Anyway, thank you. I will leave that in Mr. Davis's hands.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Davis. And the member? We'll move to item number 18. Seeing no further questions, can I have a mover, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, without the severed, item, and we'll come back to that. My apologies. Mover, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Question?
Yes, it was with respect, and I do apologize for being slow on the uptake. It was with respect to the addendum, Mr. Warden. And perhaps this may, as Council is aware, there is a transition whereby the trails will be moved pending the terms of reference, and the striking committee is going to move into the Public Works Department, the Operations Department. In this instance, there was not a breakdown of the capital investments that were anticipated on the Algonquin Trail. There was, in fact, a $4 million line item that was Algonquin Trail development, but little information. So presumably this is one of the capital investments that was anticipated in this, but when I was going back through the budget documents, and in particular the capital program, it doesn't appear in D&P, it doesn't appear in operations, it does inhabit that gray area. So I'm presuming on a going forward basis that these capital works will be incorporated into the asset management plan and specifically defined on an ongoing basis, because in this report I don't even know what had been anticipated as the budget for this within that larger $4 million package.
Thank you. And Mr. Davis, please.
Through you, Warden. So you might recall that Mr. Foss mentioned in the past during FNA and County Council, once the CP rail corridor becomes fully into the county's hands, once the purchases have been completed, then we'll implement all these assets, the linear assets of the trail, the land itself, plus all the structures into the asset management plan, and then you'll see the line items moving forward. And back to your original question, was this talked about and discussed this one specific structure? When we presented to County Council back in 2000 and I do believe 2020, we talked about a $4 million request to finish off the trail. And during the presentations, the people that were here at the time might recall, we talked about a number of different structures. And this one structure, we did put a value on it, about $145,000 without having an engineer look at it, but it was just a straight number. And to move this file along, so we knew about it, we knew we had issues with the structure, but not to the extent until we had more information. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. And so with that, if we could have a mover with the exception, or for the report without the exception, with the exception of item number 2.
So moved, Warden.
Thank you very much. You've heard the report and the questions. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much, Council. And we'll move now to item 2.
I would presume then to open the discussion. Mr. Warden, thank you. So certainly, the council will have noted in the background notice that the county did in 2021 or perhaps 2022 adopted a land use policy with respect to encroachment. Another word for encroachment is trespass. So this is essentially the we accept trespassing policy. And at that time, grudgingly, I guess, I was in support, but was very effusive in suggesting that there needed to be some intrinsic value that was being returned to the county of Renfrew, in my estimation. And in this instance, I'm not seeing this. We are now moved from the abstract into the real. We have two applications before us. One is an active encroachment, trespass. One is a proposed trespass. I dare say that there's probably no one in this room who would be prepared to accept a trespass from their neighbors. So I am challenged to understand what this is. What we are seeing before us is certainly consistent. Absolutely, the terms of reference provide that. The Development and Property Committee may direct the CAO to enact those documents to effectuate the land uses, again, trespassing. In my estimation, neither application meets the requirement to reasonably demonstrate a need for the encroachment/land use. The existing encroachment in Arnprior is not long-standing. Certainly looking through both Google and our own county GIS, that fencing didn't exist in 2014. If it is simply the cost to relocate the fence to the proper location, it seems to me it would cost less to move the fence than the actual annual, even 1 year's, $2.50 per square meter, I believe, is the monetary consideration for trespass. If the business is not viable on the owned land, then it's an enormously problematic precedent for the county to provide relief rather than the proponent to seek an alternate location. I discern no value derived in this instance. Second application regarding a property on Rangell Road in McNabb Braeside, and reviewing this road on the county GIS, it in fact appears that portions of the Rangell Road itself approach or encroach upon the Algonquin Trail. I recognize that the GIS does not precisely register onto legal property boundaries. Curiously, the official plan identifies the properties on Rangell Road as RU or rural. When the applicant cites access issues on the property preventing a year-round residence that are certainly much more consistent with limited service residential, the appropriate remedy for this proponent or any other to add value is a four-season home, perhaps in concert with a neighboring property that is discussed by this proponent, would be to make improvements to their current access. Instead, in approving this application, we will increase substantially the value of this property. And again, I discern no value that is being returned to the county of Renfrew. What I discern is that without any doubt, we will be introducing issues that will bedevil future councils for the county of Renfrew. My colleagues from Whitewater and Arnprior will be familiar with the terms unexploded ordnance, and we are in the midst of planting unexploded ordnance moving forward. Mr. Warden, I move that the council for the county of Renfrew deny the land use applications presented herein and direct staff to require the applicant in Arnprior to relocate the fence.
Thank you. So do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor, so I see hands up from member from Deep River and from Whitewater. So are one of you seconding the motion? So, all right, so it's seconded by the member from Deep River. So with that, we'll open discussion, and I saw the hand of the member from Whitewater.
It was a second the motion, Warden.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll open discussion on that motion. Okay, and seeing none, is there any clarification sought on the information that was provided by the member or the report? Okay, member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Warden. There is monies being paid by these individuals to the county forever. So there is income coming. It's not free.
Okay, thank you. And the member from Boncher Valley, please.
Thanks, Warden. Sorry, I'm swirling in my head here. Is the member from Admiston Bromley suggesting that if your motion didn't pass, that there should be additional monies paid to the county for the use of the, as you put it, trespass?
Member from Admiston Bromley.
That was not anticipated, Mr. Warden. I mean, there could be a more in-depth discussion if we wish to review the policy unto itself, and I think that would provide the opportunity for that. In response to Councillor Lynch, it's a token amount of money that is paltry in terms of the commercial value of property. What I would further suggest is I don't think that we would entertain for a moment a trespass on our roads. I would be astonished if we would consider trespass on our county forests. In the particular example of the second application, that is for essentially a right-of-way, it is not certainly from my concern, but more so from theirs, that they are seeking a right-of-way but don't have a right-of-way. I would have some challenge expecting that any lender of record would be quite happy with something other than a registered right-of-way. In any of these, what I am suggesting is, notwithstanding that our policy does state avowedly that no land use agreement that has been accepted shall impact whether any other is, and that is a unicorn, just as the same as joint and several liability is a unicorn. We can say that we are indemnified. We are not. Once we begin to set these precedents, I can guarantee you that we will be tearing hair and gnashing teeth moving forward. You can see what has happened over the last 8 years.
Okay, so I'm a simple guy, so we have a motion in front of us. Should someone decide we should review the policy, I would require a second motion, so we'll try and separate that down. But we need to vote on this one first, is my understanding of how we should process this.
Sorry, all I would suggest, and this would not be friendly, nor in fact would it be an amendment. Yep. It certainly is still open for any amendment should any councillor wish. At the end, final comment, Mr. Chair, when we do get to the vote, I would prefer it, I would ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Member Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, my motion would not be friendly. In fact, what I would prefer when we get there is to send this back to DNP for further research before approving anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so with that, seeing what I see is no further comment, I'd like to call the vote, and the councillor, the member is requested to be recorded. And it may help to read the motion again, if you don't mind, please.
I'm hopeful one of the deputy clerks captured all of the motion.
I do actually in this instance, oddly enough, because it is atypical, I do have it written in front of me. Move that Council for the County of Renfrew deny the land use applications presented herein and direct staff to require the applicant in arm prior to relocate the fence.
Okay, with that reading, I'm assuming everybody has read that. I'll go through with that motion. I shall start with the mover of the motion. Councillor Donahue, how do you vote?
In favor.
All right, I will go to Councillor Doncaster. How would you vote on that motion?
In favor.
Councillor Bennett, absent. Councillor Brose.
Against.
Warnemo.
Opposed.
Councillor Giardini.
In favor.
Councillor Grills.
Opposed.
Councillor Yon.
Opposed.
Councillor Lynch.
Opposed.
Councillor McKenzie.
Opposed.
Councillor Mayville.
In favor.
Councillor Murphy.
Opposed.
Councillor Nicholson.
In favor.
Councillor Service.
Opposed.
Councillor Watt.
Opposed.
Councillor Weir, absent. Councillor Wilmer.
Opposed.
147.
Okay, the motion fails by a vote of 147 to 50.
Okay, thank you. So now we go back to discussing any further questions or comments on item number 2, and then we'll call the vote on it separately. So with that, item number 2, please. Any further comments? And member for Bossier Valley.
So I wasn't quite as organized as my colleague because I didn't know what road we were going down. But I would like to make a motion to send this back to Development and Property Committee to come up with some sort of fee structure, lease agreement, something like that, so that these people aren't trespassing. But then we do address the concerns that the member from Amherst Bromley has. Or something to that effect.
Okay. Could I suggest it be just as simple as a review of the policy?
Okay.
With, further exploration of generation of revenue.
What he said.
Okay, and if a seconder? Oh, I'm sorry. Member from Lyndoch Raglan. My apologies. Sometimes I get just fixated on the room and don't see anything. So with that, you've heard the motion. Any further discussion on it? Then I go back to committee for a review of the policy and possible revenue sources. Okay, and so with that, member from Armpire.
Thank you, Warden. Could we have Mr. Davis talk a little about this?
Sure, we can.
In that we have rates already, so we're going to go back and review the rates?
Well, we're going to Mr. Davis talk about it, but I'll try and frame it for him, give him time to collect his thoughts. So the idea would be that, having heard the discussion here today, then that would guide us in our deliberations, and maybe we come back, maybe the committee comes back and says, no, we can't do too much differently for whatever reasons, but I think we've heard the conversation here, so rather than predetermine what the conversation would be at committee, hopefully Mr. Davis can help us with some guidance, and Mr. Kelly as well. So Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Warden, and understanding your comments. So just a brief background on this encroachment policy. So when we purchased the CP rail corridor back in 2016, we knew of and we were aware of some encroachments that were pre-existing. And then since that time, we've had people come to us looking to encroach or use a portion of the rail corridor where we have surplus lands, not the active trails. The trail will always be a safe use entity. Committee and County Council directed staff to create an encroachment policy. This encroachment policy that you see in front of you or in the package was reviewed by our legal team. We do have a fee structure in place for crossings and for areas. So if somebody like the first item that the encroachment is a parking lot, so it's a $2.50 per square foot. And in this situation, it's going to be annually about $700 a year for use of this. And Mayor Donahue is correct. It's not a forever thing. It's not on the title of that property, but an agreement between ourselves and the current owner. If a new owner comes around, that same agreement has to be reviewed and re-signed and approved. So keep in mind, every time there's an encroachment asked for or requested from a ratepayer, it comes to our Trail Committee and D&P for review and acceptance or not. So there is a stopgap in there. So just a reminder, we do a fee structure reviewed by legal and was directed by and approved by County Council at the time of this encroachment policy. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And the member for Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly I'm going to support the resolution of Councillor Murphy because there was a link. I'm not sure if it was contained within this report or whether it was the D&P. There was an actual link to the policy. And in reviewing that, I thought that it did say that it would run with the property and not with the owner. I did, in fact, see where there did seem to be a conflict as well. There was one paragraph that seemed to suggest that the county would register on title It did not explain beyond that. Presumably, that would be at the cost of the proponent, but there was another clause that said the proponent themselves may be required to register on title. So I think the fact of that unto itself, I think that this should be scrutinized carefully, because I'm fairly certain that the policy as written did say, and again, there was perhaps some uncertainty, but that the expectation was that the agreement would run with the land and not with the owner.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis, any further comment, or are you okay to let it rest?
If I may, just for clarity, this encroachment policy was an overarching kind of a wholesome policy where we try to look at every scenario or every possible scenario, whether it be an agreement basically between people. And you did read correctly. There are sections in the agreement in the policy where it talks about if required, if needed, on title. But the baseline for staff has always been not on title. Once you talk about on-title information, then we have lawyers involved, we have more staff review, we have much more cost. So I want to make sure and reiterate, it's always at the staff level that it's just going to be an agreement with the person, not the title. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ambassador Bromley.
So at the risk of drawing the ire of the chair, I will just very briefly take a step backwards then, and particularly in relation to the second application that has been endorsed, or rather not denied here today. So a person is proposing to build a 4-season home without anything registered on their access, and that this agreement, for apparently whatever reason, may be rescinded. I'm going to go back to what I had suggested about unexploded ordnance, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Duly noted. And no soiling of the silks yet, but yeah, I'm thinking about it. Thank you. So with that, any further comments on the motion? And so if we could have the motion read back out again, if you don't mind, please.
The motion, as I understand it, is a direction to staff to review the policy and bring it back to, including revenue implications, and bring it back to committee for discussion.
Perfect, thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? One or more, and it's carried. So thank you very much, Council, for that. So with that, we'll ask for item number 2. Because we still haven't passed it, as far as I know. So with that, if there's no further... we don't need to? Oh, okay.
It's just a separate amount, and you dealt with the topic. There was no resolution.
Perfect. Okay, we don't have to. So with that, we'll take... God, nobody's ever said to me that I'm that accurate in anything before, so that's good news. So with that, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock, and we have 2 more, I believe, to go through, and we should be able to make that out fairly quickly. Thank you. thank you, everybody, for your patience today. It's been I know it's been a long day, but it's always that way after, in our August meeting, simply because of the information and AMO and all sorts of things going on. It used to be quiet time. It's no longer quiet that in July and August. So with that, I'd move to operations, please.
Thank you, Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1, the monthly project status report attached as Appendix 1 on page 148. The item number 2, the capital program variance report attached as Appendix 2 can be found on page 151. Item number 3, it's with great pleasure that the Operations Committee provides the information with respect to Director of Public Works, Mr. Lee Perkins, has been appointed as the president-elect for the Canadian Public Works Association Board of Directors. So president-elect for 2023-2024, and the president for the year 2024-2025. Item number 4, so resolutions. Item number 4, Fire Radio System Resolution Number OPCC 230898, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council approved the cost of the fire radio dispatch system to be split equally in the amount of $21,184.84. Taxes included amongst the following 17 participating user agencies: the towns of Deep River, Laurentian Hills, Petawawa, and Renfrew, and the townships of Admiston, Bromley, Bonisher Valley, Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan, Greater Madawaska, Horton, Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, Laurentian Valley, Madawaska Valley, McNabb Braeside, North Algoma Wilberforce, and Whitewater Region, the City of Pembroke, and the Algonquins of Pequawtnagon First Nation. We've had discussions on this. The background is there. Resolution number OPCC 230559, the County Council approve a new console and radio system be purchased from Bearcom in the amount of $318,710 plus applicable taxes, and further that a cost-sharing agreement be entered into between the following 17 user agencies: the towns of Deep River, Laurentian Hills, Petawawa, Renfrew, and the townships of Admiston, Bromley, Bonisher Valley, Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan, Greater Madawaska, Horton, Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, Laurentian Valley, Madawaska Valley, McNabb Braeside, and North Algoma Wilberforce, Whitewater Region, the City of Pembroke, and the Algonquins of Pequawtnagon First Nation, and further that the system be placed in the County of Renfrew's Asset Management Plan. Attached is Appendix 4 with the costing options that were contemplated. Item number 5, County Structure C-137, Hanson Creek Culvert, Resolution Number OPCC 2308-100, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council adopted bylaw authorizing the contribution of $210,244.11 to the Township of McNabb Braeside for the County of Renfrew's portion of the roadwork to be completed over County Structure 137, Hanson Creek Culvert, and the background is provided. Item number 6. Okay, sorry, my apologies. Item number 6, PWO 2023-08, Fuel Inventory Management System, Resolution Number OPCC 2308-101. Moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the execution of a contract PWO 2023-08 as submitted by Triangle Pump Services Limited, Gloucester, Ontario, for a fuel inventory management system in the amount of $194,969 plus applicable taxes. And you'll see the background there, the bids that were received and the recommendation. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Emo, Lynch, McKenzie, Watt, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. And with that, I would ask Council for comments, questions, concerns on item number 1, item 2, item 3, and again, congratulations. I think, as I said, we try to promote a center of excellence from our employees and our directors and everybody throughout the organization. So it's nice to have that recognized, and for Director Perkins to assume the chair of such a prestigious organization is quite impressive and well deserved. And so with that, we'll move to item number 4, and member from Edmonton Bromley, please. And I would ask, given the two-tiered resolution, is a resolution number that ends in 98 or a resolution that ends in 59 that you're wanting to discuss, or the whole thing?
Actually, it would be with respect.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. My apology. The 59 is just background information. I misread the report. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity. It has been approved. It is with respect. Sorry. My request is that item 4 be severed and considered separately, please.
Okay, thank you. Item number 5 then, please. And with that, item number 6. Item 6, and the member of North Agona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Mr. Hanrath. I'm just curious, once this, I don't disagree, I support the purchase of this system, but the monthly fee seems to be quite high. Is there no way that the county can take over the software?
Mr. Hanrath, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to the member from North Agona Wilberforce. Unfortunately, with many softwares purchased these days, there is usually a monthly fee for the maintenance of the software as it proceeds. It's not as often now that we see the standalone that you have a one-time purchase and you own it for perpetuity. In this case, it's one of the monthly fee softwares.
Okay. Thank you. Any further comments? And so with that, any comments? Oh, I'm sorry, member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I'm also in support of purchasing the system, and I see the benefits that are there. And I do have a concern with the monthly fee as well, so thank you for answering that question. I'm sure this has taken place, but is there a cost-benefit analysis in terms of, are there any savings to be accrued by the county by putting this system into place?
Mr. Hanrath?
Thank you, Warden. Through you to the member from Town of Petawawa. I'm unsure if the life cycle analysis like that has been completed for an overall savings over the life of the system. It was viewed more on a security basis. It's now going to be tracked on which trucks are being filled, what staff member is doing the filling, and tracking against our inventory going forward as well. But we can evaluate that if that's desired.
Thank you. I think in the conversations we've had in previous years, there's always been a question of when we're doing asset management replacement, cost per vehicle, and this was a whole, and then also how accurate were. In the old days, we used to use dips to tell you how much was in the tank and what might have disappeared over the weekend, not over the weekend, sorry, over the week. So there's always some questions about that. So it's a little more about security, a little more about inventory control and cost certainty, and just a general feeling that we're managing it better. Member for North Agona Wilberforce, please.
Yeah, it's just another thought I had. So when the RFP was issued, was it solely on the purchase of the actual system, or were the monthly fees part of the evaluation for the successful contractor?
Mr. Hanrath, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to the member from North Agona Wilberforce. I would have to confirm with Mr. Perkins and Mr. Bolduc if that were the case. The fee that's shown in the lump sum does include the monthly fees from each of the submitted tenders. for the first year of the program. As far as evaluating the annual cost of having one over the other, I'm not sure if that was taken into consideration with the tender evaluations.
Member, are you comfortable with just a follow-up communication?
Yes, unless all of the committee or county council would like to have that information as well.
Sure, we'll be sure to distribute it as soon as we find out more. Thank you. Report as a whole, with the exception of the severed item. And could I get a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the report. You've heard the discussion. Any further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. We'll move back to item number 4. And member from Amherst Bromley, please.
If I might.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
No, I just wanted to clarify the fact that I thought that I wasn't trying to confuse council or the chair, but I thought it was valuable in reading the previous resolution out as a context for the resolution that we were considering today. So
thank you. The chair is easily confused. It's not your fault. Thank you. And member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I believe whether I had moved or seconded, I cannot recall, but certainly weighed in significantly in May when this was passed and was requesting an examination of alternatives to the allocation of the cost. Certainly the allocation of the cost is appropriate in this instance. However, I draw Council's attention to the bottom paragraph on page 145, stating, given the principle that a fire call is of equivalent importance to each of the 17 user agencies, an equal share model would appear to be most appropriate. This, however, is not a principle. It is a shibboleth predicated on a pernicious and pestilent false conflation of equal and equitable. The importance or value of any services provided by this or any municipality is not to the municipal entity, it is to the residents and ratepayers within. Property assessment is foundational to every service provided by the County of Renfrew and by each of its constituent lower tier municipalities. The levy for the Douglas Fire Department is itself raised according to, in Admaster Bromley, according to assessment, not equally according to the number of properties. As a more direct comparator, Mr. Chair, I cite the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service as another emergency service. Based on the chart on page 156, Admaster Bromley funds would be funding this year $272,400 of the total county funding of $9.6 million. If allocated per the recommendation herein, we would need to raise an additional $313,500. The chart on page 156 clearly indicates consistency across assessment, population, and calls, and just as clearly that the recommended option 3 is incongruous with all of them. If we municipalities are to find efficiencies and enter into joint efforts, Mr. Chair, equity is foundational. I also took the liberty of reverse engineering per the recommendation and allocated it per capita. Without going into all of them, I would cite my own municipality that it would be just over $7 per person. In Laurentian Valley, it would be $2.24. In Killaloe Haggerty Richards, it would be $8.80. In Pembroke, $1.47 per person. In Petawawa, $1.17. In Pikwakanagan, it would be $43.23 per person. I think that it is probably beyond the pale to suggest that this is in any way equitable. Mr. Chair, certainly in perhaps closing, I would say that if my council colleagues find none of these arguments compelling, then I'm sure I can rely upon their support in a month's time when I would bring forward a motion that we rescind the weighted voting bylaw for the County of Renfrew if we are to perceive that there should be weighting according to vote, but not weighting according to how we allocate the costs of a shared service. Mr. Chair, I move that the recommendation be amended as follows: that County Council approve the cost of the fire radio dispatch system be allocated according to option 4, weighted value assessment, per the values highlighted in yellow on the chart found on page 156 Amongst the 16 participating user agencies, the towns of Deep River, Laurentian Hills, Petawawa, and Renfrew, the townships of Admaston, Brumley, Bonnechere Valley, Brudenell, Lyndoch, and Raglan, Greater Madawaska, Horton, Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, Laurentian Valley, Madawaska Valley, McNabb, Braeside, North Algona-Wilberforce, and Whitewater Region, the City of Pembroke, and the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Seconder would be the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards. So now discussion on the motion, please. So I'll go with Laurentian Hills and then with Bonnechere Valley.
I too was going to ask that this report be severed, but I don't think I would have said it in so many words. But I do agree with member from Admaston Bromley that we should be supporting motion number 4. Thank you.
And with that, Bonnechere Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, I agree with my colleague from Laurentian Hills. I will be passing out a dictionary later on today so that everybody can look up the words that Mr. Donoghue used. Sorry, Mayor Donoghue. But again, I think we've spoken about this before, that again, as Ann and I spoke about, if this had been done at budget time, it would be based on population or weighted value assessment and not shared equally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further comments? Member from Town of Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. And I also will not be as eloquent as my colleague from Admaston Bromley. But I do agree that the shared equally cost does punish certain municipalities based on their population. And that it is true that maybe we should look at one of the other options for sure. Although in saying that, I feel like as one of the larger municipalities, we're being, I don't want to say punished, but just based on our population. I would be more inclined to lean towards calls for service. If you live in a safe community and you're not making use of this system as much as another municipality, then why should you be paying a larger price? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden. And my question through you is to Mr. Foss. Mr. Foss, on the weighted value assessment, because we don't really have information from Pikwakanagan necessarily in the City of Pembroke, I'm assuming you have at your disposal. How would that affect the amendment motion given that lack of information?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Warden. The chart that's provided as Appendix 4 in the far right-hand column presents an allocation of the cost based on weighted assessment. We have weighted assessment for all 17, of course, as well as for the City of Pembroke. What we don't have is weighted assessment for the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. So Mr. Perkins and I wrestled with this as far as putting the chart together. And so simply as a placeholder, you can see there's a few stars in one of the columns where we've identified that for that particular member or cost share member, we are simply using the original allocation based on population. So there's 490 individuals on within Pikwakanagan, and so we've cost shared the remaining $358,313 based on weighted assessment. So we thought that was it's a bit of a mixed approach. I'm not even sure what the assessment rules are for Pikwakanagan, and I don't believe it would be consistent with assessment that's being done elsewhere in the county, and so that was our approach to coming up with a model that would allocate costs for the participating municipalities and then something for Pikwakanagan. Thank you.
Thank you. And member from Admaston Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to Mr. Foss. Certainly the chart that Mr. Foss references, and it appears to me to be a reasonable proxy The allocation, certainly as was explained, they're certainly not part of the MPAC assessments within the province of Ontario. But the other numbers that are available certainly suggest that it is a reasonable proxy, and it is consistent, and certainly in deference to Councillor Service. There is so certainly the population and the assessment are fairly consistent. There is some variation within the calls for service. The challenge for me in utilizing that is I would be given to think that there would be some substantial variation in that one year to another. And in the end, every service, let me check that. Every service that we provide at a lower tier, save the OPP, is done on assessment basis, so it seems that would be a consistent approach. If in fact this was a service that the County of Renfrew was replacing, then ultimately it would absolutely be the weighted assessed values per each individual constituent municipality that would be paying for it.
Okay, so thank you. And in fairness to Mr. Perkins and his department, when this came forward, he did ask me for my input, and my input was the model that was presented. First of all, as a means of getting it on the table, and secondly, I was hoping for ease of getting it passed. I'll be quite frank with you. So we got it on the table. The system's now purchased, and so now we'll muddle through today with this motion or something else to get it paid for. So with that, is there any more comments or questions on the motion itself? And pardon me?
Sorry, just to be clear, it is the motion to amend.
Yes. So I was going to ask for the motion to be read again, just for clarity.
Once again, completely out of character, Mr. Chair, I do have that. I move that the County Council approve the cost of the fire radio dispatch system be allocated according to option 4, weighted value assessment, per the values highlighted in yellow on the chart found on page 156, amongst the 16 participating user agencies, the towns of Deep River, Laurentian Hills, Petawawa, and Renfrew, the townships of Adamaston, Brumley, Bonnechere Valley, Brudenell, Lindock, Raglan, Greater Madawaska, Horton, Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards, Laurentian Valley, Madawaska Valley, McNabb, Braeside, North Algonah-Wilberforce, and Whitewater Region, the City of Pembroke, and the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation.
Yeah, you mentioned 16, and by my count, we have 17 because our friends in Arnprior aren't included in this.
I think, Mr. Chair, this is your opportunity to make a friendly amendment.
I would make a friendly amendment. For the very first time in my life, that's not going to kill something. We make the amendment to 17, if you don't mind, please.
Absolutely. I strive all the time for excellence.
Okay, so you've heard the motion. With that, like to call the vote. So all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, there's 2 or 3, so it's carried. Thank you, Council. And so with that, I do not have to then ask for item 4 to be approved separately because we've already, it's amended. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And so again, we'll move to Health Committee. And I apologize, sometimes I have to ask a question.
Sorry.
One of my weaknesses
point of order,
is,
Mr.
I'm sorry?
Chair? So there was a motion to amend the motion that was distributed with the package that was successful. Even though it was replacing it, it was a motion to amend. Do we not now need to approve the motion? I will certainly defer to Mr. Kelly.
Well, that's a tricky one. I would suggest, well, you're moving it basically the same motion. You've amended the entire motion. It's actually, you introduced a new motion where you amended it slightly. Whatever. I think I'm satisfied that you've amended that, and we can continue as amended in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you. So sometimes I have to ask for clarifications because as most of you do, you sit on any number of committees and you chair a number of committees, and each one of them are slightly different. So I apologize for that. And so with that, we'll move to health, please.
Apologies, Mr. Warden, that's me. to the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew. Members of County Council, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, the Monacher Manor resident statistics. Item number 2, Miramichi Lodge resident statistics. Item 3 is the Home and Community Care Support Services Champlain client waitlist information. Item 4 is with respect to inequities in paramedic service billing. Item 5 is Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center. Item 6, Community Support Services funding increase for 2023/24 with respect to the Monacher Manor Senior Adult Day Program. Item 7, government requiring licenses for temporary agencies and recruiters. Unfortunately, the world we inhabit is now demanding the temporary agencies in order to meet our statutory obligations. And this is the means of having a more solid relationship between the County of Renfrew and potential vendors in regards to this. Moving on to bylaws, Mr. Chair, item number 8, employment agencies, Monacher Manor, resolution number H-CC-23-08-91, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to engage in an agreement with Maple Tree Employment Solutions Services for the provision of agency staff services at Monacher Manor. Resolution number H-CC-23-08-92, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and the Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to engage in an agreement with Valiant Hearts Healthcare Services, Inc. for the provision of agency staff services at Monacher Manor. Mr. Warden, the background is attached for Council's consideration, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Emo, Grills, Yon, Murphy, Nicholson, Weir, and Wilmer.
Thank you very much, Chair. And with that, to Council, comments, questions, concerns on the report, starting with item number 1, item number 2, item 3, item number 4. Item number 5. Item number 4, I can suggest we had a very good meeting with the minister. And in short, she suggested to us that we had the capacity to engage with the City of Ottawa and resolve it amongst ourselves, and was encouraged that we'd had, through my office, conversations with the Mayor of Ottawa, and he was very, very agreeable to meeting with us and talking about some of the issues. So we had asked her, as part of the Warden's Caucus, of this group, to impose a deadline, because we think deadlines are useful at the end of the year. She demurred, but was supportive of us moving forward and like to hear a bit of an update in January, Roma. So the implied threat is there, I think. So we'll proceed with our friends at the City of Ottawa. Item number 5, please. I'm sorry. Member from our Empire.
Thank you, Warden. Just a shout out to say thank you very much to Chief Nolan and his staff for moving the VTAC to McGonigal Building. We had the opportunity to be there and see this first-class, I won't say structure, but the facility with the waiting room. It's just like you're in a doctor's office. You get into another room for a waiting room for your weight, your height, and all that good stuff. And then you virtually see the doctor, who has a camera that he can put in your face, your ears, or other extremities if you want, and get your first-hand knowledge of what's going on. And if you're worse enough, then you'll get to see your doctor on Saturday. Saved a lot of time. I used a big word. Thank you. Thank you, Warden.
No, it wasn't that. It was the worry about where the camera was going. I think everybody crossed their legs and ran for the exit. That's what had us nervous. Thank you, though. Very descriptive. I probably won't sleep tonight. So I, too, had the good fortune to visit the facility, and just a phenomenal job by development of property staff. I understand they led the way on some of the modifications to the building. Some of the modifications you wouldn't know they hadn't been there since since we opened in 2014 or 15. So, and again, just a nice flow through the building. It's a nice feel. It's
very professional, as our friend from Arnprior said, and a real credit, that our various divisions, with the support of the province, was able to produce this this facility for people to come in and get their health care. So thank you to all. If you get the chance, take a tour through it, you should. With that, we'd like to talk about item number 6, and the member of from North Algonah Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Director Lapine. I'm just curious when they talk about these necessary approvals so that the funding will be ongoing. Any idea on the timeline of when they'll have those approvals?
Director Lapine, or were you hoping for Director Blackmore? Thank you, Director Blackmore. I was kind of confused. I thought there may be a couple of ministries funding this, so I was reading feverishly.
Through you to the councillor. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
No problem. It just talks about the one-time funding of the 3%, and then they say that with the necessary approvals, it will be ongoing. I'm just wondering if there's a timeline on when they'll have those approvals in place.
I'll have to get back to you on that through you, Chair, to the councillor. I'm not sure of the date that's expected.
Okay, thank you very much. So seeing no further questions on item number 6, we'll move to item number 7. And item number 8. I'm sorry, member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I'm just wondering if anybody can provide some feedback on Maple Tree Employment Solution Services. I see that we've employed them since July 2022. How are we satisfied with their services for the past year?
To Director Blackmore, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor. Yes, we have been satisfied with Maple Tree's performance to date. I mean, it's been an ongoing challenge to provide services even through staffing agencies. So we've had the good fortune of having them in place for over the past year, and we're satisfied with their performance.
Okay, thank you. With that, any further questions on the report? And I would accept a motion to accept, please.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
So you've heard the report, you've heard the discussion around it, and with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 13, which is bylaws. So the bylaws listed on item 13 and attached here to a Schedule A on the County Council agenda, dated August 30th, be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. I see the member from the community of Laurentian Valley, and then also second by the member from Madawaska Valley. So the Valley Boys have made it. So all of those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move to item number 14. AMO, I didn't provide a report given the size of the agenda. I think that was correct. And B, Chalk River Stewardship Council.
Thank you, Warden. Only 3. On the 6th of September, I'll be attending the ribbon cutting of the Science Collaboration Center in Chalk River. And on the 7th of September, CNL and the Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries are hosting a supplier day. And the next CNL Environmental Stewardship meeting will be held on the 12th of October, 2023. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And thank you for representing myself. I'm at OAMC that day, and so the councillor has agreed to represent the County of Renfrew and this chambers and myself that day, so thank you. Eastern Ontario Regional Network, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I have no report. We only had one very short meeting in the summer. I was unable to be there, but I did read the report, and there is nothing substantial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. FCM?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. No written report, but I'd just like to inform council that I have been appointed to the Ontario Regional Caucus and the Rural Forum, by default, the Committee of the Whole, and the Standing Committee on Community Safety and Crime Prevention. This term of FCM, they've consolidated some of the committees, so they're trying to streamline the number of meetings or the length. I think the length is going to be longer, but I think they can compress them. And just one note that our quarterly meetings scheduled for September have now pivoted to virtual. So I will be attending all those meetings virtually over a 2-week period. So maybe that's all.
Great, thank you. And thank you to organizing the meeting with FCM for myself as chair of the Warden's Caucus when we were at AMO. It was a very useful conversation with lots of feedback and some future areas of collaboration. So thank you very much for facilitating that. And with that, we'll move to Roma.
Thank you, Warden. I do not have, despite what you said in your opening address, that the Roma meeting we had was during AMO. We did have a delegation at that time, but we are waiting to have other information brought to us. So I will have a fulsome report at the end of September. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And so with that, we'll move to item number 15, which is notice of motions. And Councillor Nicholson, please.
Perfect, Warden. This is my first one at county. Do I read the motion and look for a seconder, or how does that proceed?
Yes, you do, please.
Thank you.
And I believe we all have it, so you don't have to do all the whereases if you don't want to.
Perfect. Therefore, be it resolved that this is a notice of motion being brought forward from Councillor Neil Nicholson to seek that County Council direct staff to study and bring back options by the end of Q1 2024 to create an organization like the Prince Edward County Affordable Housing Corporation that can provide leadership and facilitation across upper and lower tiers, partners and developers to increase affordable housing in Renfrew County and Pembroke. Any resources needed to examine these options to be included in the 2024 budget proposal.
Thank you. Does he have a seconder? And so we have a seconder from the member from Boncher Valley. And so with that, I arbitrarily made the decision not to read the pieces in the middle. If that becomes a problem, I apologize. So with that, any further discussion on Councillor Nicholson's motion? Member Abbotsford Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly commend Councillor Nicholson. Of course, these are the top first, second, third, and fourth probably priorities of our population right across the nation, but certainly in Ontario and here in Renfrew County. I am intrigued. Certainly the request here is that it be further investigated, so I'm absolutely in support of that. My only question, and unfortunately I've lost kind of the thread a little bit. I thought I would make note of that when we were going through the community services, but with respect to the initiative described by the chair in the report with respect to the strategy moving forward, I'm wondering where this fits. It seems that there is certainly some congruity between what Councillor Nicholson has brought forward and what is anticipated in developing a strategic approach to housing through RCHC. I'm wondering if perhaps either Councillor Nicholson or perhaps in deference to the chair, Ms. Lapine could comment on where there may be synergies or overlap.
Thank you. Councillor? Or, sorry, member for Whitewater?
Thank you, Warden. Just in order to start this off, and I see the connections, and I think you can't have one without the other. But I admit openly, by reviewing the Prince Edward County's option, I'm biased towards that, understanding that there may be a multitude of other solutions. This is just one key to turn that lock. When you take a look at what they did in Prince Edward County, is they created the same strategy using their housing corporation. And again, their housing corporation is focused on a single aspect of the housing continuum. They created this second organization, in this case, a municipal services corporation. They created it in order to deliver on specifically affordable housing. So it's taking one aspect of that homelessness strategy and delivering on it. And what's unique about this, different from our housing corporation that basically focuses on the houses we currently own, they could own stuff, but they're not going to own stuff. They're facilitating it. The board that runs this corporation is made up of 11 members. Only 2 are county councillors. The other 9 represent people and organizations in the community that can secure financing, that are developers themselves, that represent not-for-profits. So you're basically taking the problem and empowering this group of directors to find solutions. So you'll see outlined in here, some of their solutions included, they are delivering 775 affordable units. So that's affordable units, not community housing. They've secured the funding through P3 partnerships. So similar to what you see for a lot of rinks being built in, rinks comes up again, but rinks built in Ottawa. They have CMHC grants, FCM grants, loans. As a municipal corporation, they have their own ARL. They use Infrastructure Ontario, Ministry of Education through that public school conversion, municipal capital, municipal land, not-for-profit capital, not-for-profit land, municipal incentives like deferred taxes and planning fees, social impact investing. They've also collected gifts and grants from other foundations and granting agencies. So really, you're talking about an organization that's been created that can synergize all of the organizations in our community that are interested in affordable housing and put them in a laser focused on delivering units versus, I think, and Ms. Lapine can amplify, our community housing, our Renfrew County Housing Corporation focuses on managing and delivering those services we have in the 1,000 units that we currently have. So that would be my comments back. Thanks, Warden.
Thank you. And Ms. Lapine?
Thank you, and through you, Warden, to Council. When we look at the Community Services Report and some of the objectives that we've identified for bringing forward our 10-year community housing plan, that was definitely considered ahead of this motion, but I think there are synergies. I think, you know, there are opportunities as well in what Councillor Nicholson has identified. I would say, just as a matter of more clarity, the current Renfrew County Housing Corporation currently has the mandate to oversee those housing units, and through community services and our community housing portfolio, which is a portion of community services, we also have the services that go out for, you know, the Canada Ontario housing benefit, and that's and I'm just, you know, those are a few things, you know, some of the other programs that we have. So there's a transfer over. It's certainly a financial transfer over, but there's also a responsibility between the two. You know, without further, you know, investigation, I really couldn't speak specifically to how this would work together, but I think there are some good synergies. I think there's an opportunity here. I think it needs more investigation for sure, and certainly will be happy to reach out to my colleague in Prince Edward, Lennox, and Addington just to see how this kind of got launched and how these steps were performed and how they work together, because the director there also has the housing portfolio as well. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. And member from Amherst Bromley, and then we'll go Bon Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both to Councillor Nicholson and to Ms. Lapine. In the end, I'm quite impressed with the amount of work that Councillor Nicholson has invested already in pursuing this, and obviously he has been quite impressed at the performance of the model that exists in Prince Edward. However, what I appreciate in this motion is that it is direction to staff to become engaged, to be able to provide perhaps a more fulsome opportunity and information moving forward. And again, similar to a conversation of earlier just today, we must redefine what our lanes are, and I think that this is consistent with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bon Valley, I believe your hand was up.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. Very briefly, to Laura, when you do make contact with your colleague, I'd be happy to get involved as well with Mayor Ferguson to find out how it's working, even a few months after our Roma board meeting, with how it's working for Prince Edward County. It is a fairly new initiative, but the enthusiasm was palpable, and thank you so much, Neil. You obviously read the package I brought back, so thanks for that.
And so with that, are there any other comments? So I think this is an opportune time to introduce some concepts, whether we take the whole concept or portions of it, especially since, as we know, that we're moving forward with our review of our housing strategy and homelessness and seniors housing. So I think it's an opportune time to take a look at it and pull in the pieces or the whole thing, who knows. But we have experts that will be consulting on our plan, and I think, you know, with the opportunity to speak with our friends in Prince Edward County, we'll put the best plan forward. So with that, seeing no further comments, and thank you to Councillor Nicholson. It's nice to have a bold and daring vision, and thank you very much for that and the work you put into this. This is a very good brief. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And I believe the member for Bon Valley has a motion as well.
Yes, two things, Warden. First of all, I apologize for the lateness of this notice of motion. It was about trying to get all the partners on board and letters of support before we brought it to County Council. However, time is of the essence for the application. Also, Rose kindly sent out the background information this morning to everybody, so I hope that you've been able to at least read a little bit of that. With your indulgence, Mr. Warden, I am going to read all the whereases, because there aren't that many. Whereas the local tier municipalities of Bon Valley, Whitewater Region, and North Algonquin Wilberforce have expressed support to apply for funding for a pilot program including public charging stations and electronic rideshare vehicles in September 2023. And whereas this initiative and its model will benefit all of residents in Renfrew County. And whereas a timely application for funding is critical to this project, and whereas there are little to no options for transit in the rural and remote areas of Renfrew County, and whereas there is a demonstrated need to support transit for low-income and seniors, therefore be it resolved that County Council supports the application to the Rural Transit Fund and directs staff to issue a letter of support and budget for any resources needed to be included in the 2024 budget proposal. And I should have said also if this pilot is successful. And there's quite a bit of background. The three municipalities have agreed to take this on, but the conversation with Ms. Lapine at AMO was that this would certainly benefit her department and her clientele. And what we were hoping for was maybe some financial support from the county as well, because if it goes well, we could roll this out. It speaks to the climate change issue. It speaks to getting our transit issues. It speaks to so many health and well-being factors. We do have a letter from ConnectWell in support, the Training and Learning Center, and obviously the three municipalities. It is my hope that you had an opportunity to peruse this and the financial model, and will support our three municipalities in bringing this forward. And I know that it will help, you know, even our closest neighbors as well. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, is there a seconder for this motion? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound like that. Thank you, member from Whitewater Region. So with that, it's on the table for discussion. So I see the member from Amherst and Bromley. So I'm confused a little bit because the motion I have in front of me does not talk about resourcing, and so that's concerning. So I thought we were just limiting ourselves to saying, yes, this is a great idea and good luck to our friends, and now we're talking resourcing, and I don't mean that dismissively, so I just need some clarification.
That came about because of the speed at which the original motion was sent, and this is the motion that we wanted on the floor. If resources are not available in the 2024 budget, I understand this is a pilot. We were just hoping that within the 3 municipalities, we would have enough people that would need this resource and would be able to roll it out as it is a pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, my friend from Amherst and Bromley.
Friend so far.
Our friend.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And similar to Councillor Nicholson, I laud Councillor Murphy. We spoke, or I certainly spoke, effusively in support of the climate action plan that we are embarking on from the County of Renfrew. Unfortunately, and with respect to the initial resolution that was distributed yesterday afternoon, it was substantively different than the one that was Monday afternoon. It was substantively different than the resolution that we received, I think, this morning. I've lost track a little bit. Ultimately, if it was a letter of support, I'd be prepared to move forward with that. Ultimately, Mr. Chair, the notice is out of order. There is a requirement for notice to be part of the package, the 48 hours, and this is not meeting that standard, and particularly as the resolution itself has been modified. I have, clearly identified in this room that I am most uncomfortable in making policy on the fly, which is not to diminish the effort of the joint effort of the 3 municipalities, and they're moving forward. As I said, if we are going to entertain the first motion, I certainly can disregard that it is out of order, or would be prepared to accept this moving forward. But I think it's important to establish that our rules of procedure govern how we do things. They're not a suggestion of how we do things. And I understand the challenge that may be in front of this initiative, but ultimately our council meetings happen on the regular basis. They are the last Wednesday of each month outside of July and December, and everything should be reverse engineered, predicated upon that. And if we are regularly receiving last minute notices of motion, it is enormously challenging for me to give them careful consideration. And in fact, dissimilar to the resolution that was brought forward by Councillor Nicholson, this is not directing that staff investigate. I'm not sure if the County of Renfrew had any staff that were part of the discussions of this. So I'm uncomfortable if there is going to be any budgetary allocation as per the follow-up resolution. And I will certainly leave it to you. I think that it is unequivocally out of order. But if we wish to suspend the rules, I would do so, but it would have to be limited only to a letter of support as opposed to a financial consideration.
Okay, and so with that, let me paraphrase on the front end of this just a little bit. So frankly, I would have been content to stick my neck out a little bit and write a letter of support without a motion as the warden of the county, given that this was with the initial motion. Frankly, we do that on a fairly irregular basis where correspondence comes in, someone asks for support, it fits within, because the warden or the head of council is often gifted with the opportunity to act on behalf of council, understanding that you're operating within the limitations of what you think council wants. And so this would make sense to me as something that, I could write a letter in support of and just inform you by including it in your package, because I think the majority of council wants to see green go forward. It's somebody else making the investment.
So, I would have felt comfortable going forward with that. So having said that, with regard to, yes, the member for Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. I guess what I wanted to just to add to the conversation is the fact that while recognizing the pilot program, my understanding is that the staff at the county have contemplated investigating some type of regional transportation. I know the city of Pembroke is currently looking at options for a public transit system. And we've also identified, the town of Deep River has identified that there's a real need for a regional type transit system from, I'd say, expanded North Renfrew. So North Renfrew, including Petawawa, Pembroke, Laurentian Valley, that type of corridor. So what I'm a little concerned with is that we're not looking at this. We're not looking at the big picture in this whole thing. So I think there's opportunities. There's certainly need, but I think we should look at this in a bigger way. So, and notwithstanding whether the proposed resolution is in order or not, I'll leave that up to council to decide.
Okay, so I have a simple view of things, often accused of being a little too linear. So what I'm going to suggest to you is a couple of things. The only thing the county has done previously, County Renfrew has examined RideShark, which was a ride-sharing app prior to COVID, and it died a natural death, I think because of COVID, because people stopped traveling back and forth, and so we never really got it off the ground. Right now, there is some conversation and some input into the transportation master planning process. It talks a little bit about transit, but that's been the only two initiatives that we've ever expended any effort and resources on. So I think I'll go back to this, and so, I think the question raised by the member from Amherst and Bromley about whether or not it is in order, I think, I gather he was requesting I make a ruling. So with that, I'm going to make the ruling that it is out of order because of the changes that we received, and would suggest if there is a motion to suspend the rules and move to reintroducing the motion in some form, then I would be willing to consider that. Mr. Kelly.
No, I'm just going to suggest, and I could be proven wrong, there was a motion distributed within the 48 hours, and I think what's being suggested is going back to the original motion that was distributed on Monday that did not have a few of the paragraphs that were inputted today.
So I was gently trying to nudge people in that direction, but maybe I should have been a little more forceful. So with that, so I've made the ruling. So if someone wants to introduce a motion, if we go back to the original motion, I think we're safe because it met the 48-hour time limit. So if that is your wish to, and so is that your wish, Bon Cher Valley and Whitewater, to submit the original motion for discussion?
Yes, Warden, thank you.
And I'll second the original motion.
Thank you. So with your indulgence, I'll read the original motion. Moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Nicholson. Whereas the lower tier municipalities of the Bon Cher Valley, Whitewater Region, and North Algonah-Wilberforce have expressed support to apply for funding for a pilot program including public charging stations and electronic rideshare vehicles in September 2023. And whereas this initiative and its model will benefit all of the residents in Renfrew County, and whereas a timely application for funding is critical to this project, now therefore be resolved that this notice of motion being brought forward from Councillor Jennifer Murphy to ask for county support for this project with more details to be presented at the meeting. So at this point, we're asking, the motion is asking for support. Councillor from Whitewater Region, please.
Thanks, Warden. I'll just make comment to the notice of motion that has been put forward by a member from Bon Cher Valley. We know that the rural aspects, even the urban aspects, as a member from Deep River has highlighted, rural transit period is a need in our communities, and it's a very expensive need. This opportunity that has been researched by the staff at Bonnechere Valley, it's intriguing, and it's well funded, I think at 80%, and creates the opportunity for us to provide a vehicle. Yes, it's a green vehicle, but it provides the opportunity basically to car share an electric vehicle. I'm personally in support of it. It's going to come to our lower tier council meetings next week for their comment, but I think it's worth a pilot. And to be truthful, I don't know if there's another, I don't know if there is any transit solution for the county as a whole, let alone Pembroke, as you see, they work through it on a regular basis. So I'm in support of it. I understand the point of order that was passed, but I'm curious, and I'd encourage that Bonnechere Valley, if we do go through with this, comes back to Renfrew County and says, hey, this pilot might work. Maybe we should explore using other corridors or regions within our county to replicate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would see the member from North Algona Wilberforce and then from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Warden. I also support this, and I know that the county had worked on the rideshare program, and that was prior to COVID, and it never really did get off the ground. But I also know from my term on community services that one of the challenges that community services has through the Ontario Works assisting some of the clients in finding work and getting them back into the employment field. One of the challenges they have is some of them have no transportation. And if we had some sort of a vehicle or opportunity like this, it benefits not only those residents, which reduces some of the tax burden on the rest of the county. It also is, as my colleagues have said, it is something that could be replicated and might be a successful project in some other community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll repeat that the intrinsic principle underlying the resolution before us, I understand and I'm in support of. It is, we must be very careful not to advance issues out of order and then determine whether they are laudable or not laudable. I think that is a slippery slope to go down. But the fact that we have reverted to the original resolution, which is, as I understand it, the time dependent, because there is a requirement for this application to be submitted in September. I don't have an issue with that. And in fact, what I would suggest is, if in fact this is approved and is moving forward, there is opportunity for a further approach from the partnership, if you will, to entertain a notion of the County of Renfrew participating, and I don't think that is time dependent. So in the event, I think that this is following the appropriate process, and I think we should be very careful that we are adhering to our procedural bylaw. What I will say is as in passing, is that the reports from those external boards are noteworthy more for their disregard for the submission of the written reports. For those who were in the room in 2021, the expectation was that they would be supplied for inclusion into the county council package, and I don't believe that has happened yet.
I think I accidentally did it once last year, but I'll debate that. So thank you. Any further comments or questions? So with that, thank you for the fulsome discussion and also the patience as I meandered through our procedural bylaw and figured out how to make this go forward. So with that, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Thank you very much. Looking forward to a report back at some point from the three communities. With that, number 16 is members' written motions. Seeing none. And new business. Councillor from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am disposed towards thinking there might be somebody in the room that I have not yet annoyed. So, at your indulgence, I just wanted to bring forward, I know that you spoke to this in the Warden's report to Council earlier today. Certainly as the Chair of Health, I would say that there were two significant announcements that impacted us. More than that, but I'm going to bring forward two, and this is contained. I will read directly from the news release issued by the Ministry of Health. The province is investing an additional $51 million into the dedicated offload nurses program, but Ontario is also increasing land ambulance funding to municipalities by an average of 6%, bringing the province's total investment this year to over $811 million. And I am, just bear with me one moment, I am informed by Chief Nolan that for the County of Renfrew, that is something in the order of just over $350,000 as our share. So I think these are pretty substantial takeaways from the AMO meeting. The other item that I wished to also raise is, of course, I'm sure that everyone is quite aware that the province has restored the funding formula to public health, returned to the 75-25% split, and that is very welcome news. That was going to be a significant impact on all of the obligated municipalities, certainly within the County of Renfrew. I think it approached 1.5% levy increase that would have been dedicated otherwise directly to public health. The other thing that may have slipped under the radar in Minister Jones's comments, though, was the province is also providing local public health units an annual 1% funding increase over the next 3 years. And I certainly am quite pleased at this announcement, because we have been discussing in this room some substantial increases, 8% I think 1 year and 10% in the following year. So it would be enormously pleasing that we would be facing a 1% annual increase to our contribution towards Renfrew County and District Health Unit, matching the same increase as our funding partner, the province of Ontario. 1% is much more attractive. Thank you.
Thank you. And when one of the things that was a bit of a cautionary note, and nobody's really explained it yet, if you go back to the original announcement, the restoring the 70-30, there was some conversation, and the minister, and when we spoke with ministry staff, and I can't remember if it was the minister or parliamentary assistant, how it was parliamentary assistant, thank you, it was such a blur. I met with them 4 times. So one of the conversations was sitting out the municipal partners and a shifting of responsibilities. And so the cynic in me worries a little bit about shifting of responsibilities also means shifting of dollars. And so we're a little worried, I'm a little worried that the 70-30 is a great first step, and the 1% is an acknowledgement of some kind of responsibility. I'm a little worried about the shifting of municipal responsibilities, but there seems to be the willingness to have a conversation about that, so I will hold my opinion until we get to that opportunity. But on the whole, I think it's good news for a number of reasons on many layers. So thank you for bringing that forward. Is there anything else in terms of new business? Member from Armpire, please.
Thank you, Warden. Only two. Last Saturday, the town of Armpire hosted the very successful cultural market, and thanks to the Warden for being present. And through Krenz, we have a new tower from ExploreNet near Hartney, near our water tower. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. It was a great opportunity. Lots of food, which I always enjoy, different foods from different cultures. Lots of music, really happy people out enjoying themselves. And as always, the town of Armpire, Councillor Billy and Mayor McGee led me around and introduced me to all sorts of people. So I can't say enough about how they care for you when you show up as a guest. So it was a great opportunity. I understand that you were off doing something in the community, Councillor. So again, thank you for the original invitation.
We were doing the arts and tarts, which cost me money for cupcakes. Thanks.
That's good news. Nothing wrong with tarts.
So, and with that, any other new business? We will be sending you out a notice shortly, and I haven't even told anybody about this. We have a problem with finance. It's to be held on the 14th, and we have a Roma board meeting, myself and the chair, and so we're likely to suggest to you moving finance to the 18th. So we're going to send you a note out with the change for anybody that sits on finance, and we'll try and reconcile that with a date. So we'll get that out to you fairly promptly under, I guess, my signature. So thank you very much for that. Any other new business? Seeing none. Conformatory bylaw. I believe I have one here. Moved by someone and seconded by someone, we'll get to that, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on August 30th, 2023 be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. It is bylaw number 121-23 for those of you that keep track of those things. So I have mover, councillor from, member from Mr. Bromley, second by member from North Algonah Wilberforce. I think I've got everybody in the minutes today with stuff, so I think we had a good day. Any further conversations? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And if I could have a motion to adjourn, please. The councillor from Petawawa and Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for your patience. It's been an interesting day.